Hey everyone. My name is Emma, and you are listening to Revenge Diaries with Emma. Today we're diving into a story that'll make you rethink every relationship milestone you've ever celebrated, or forgotten. You know what's fascinating? Psychologists say the average person makes about 35,000 decisions every single day. 35,000 tiny choices between brushing your teeth or hitting snooze, coffee or tea, truth or convenient lie. Most of those decisions vanish like smoke, inconsequential and forgotten by dinner. But some decisions, the ones where you choose neglect over attention, secrecy over honesty, those decisions build like sediment at the bottom of a river, layer after layer, until one day the whole foundation just cracks wide open. And here's the reality check you probably won't survive. Most people don't even realize they're making those destructive choices until someone else is standing in the rubble, holding the evidence. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, drop a comment telling me where you're listening from and what time it is in your corner of the world. I love seeing how far these stories travel. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into today's journey together. You wake up on a Tuesday morning in late September, and the first thing you notice is the quality of light filtering through the bedroom curtains, that particular golden amber glow that only happens in early autumn when summer's finally loosening its grip. The second thing you notice is the empty space beside you in bed, sheets already cool to the touch, which means he's been up for a while. The third thing, and this is where your stomach does that uncomfortable little flip, is that the date on your phone reads September 24th. 10 years. A full decade since you stood in that garden venue with the string lights and the slightly wilting peonies, promising forever to a man who couldn't stop grinning, whose hands shook so badly when he slid the ring onto your finger that his best man had to steady his elbow. 10 years of inside jokes and shared silences, of learning each other's coffee orders and nightmare triggers, of building something you thought was unshakable. You lie there for a moment, waiting for the bedroom door to swing open with him balancing a breakfast tray, or for your phone to buzz with a sweet message, or for literally any acknowledgement that this day means something. The house remains silent except for the distant sound of running water from the bathroom downstairs. You tell yourself he's planning something. He has to be planning something. This is the big one, double digits, the 10 anniversary, though you've never understood why year 10 gets associated with tin when it should be something sturdier, something that actually lasts. You swing your legs out of bed, feet finding the cool hardwood floor, and pad over to your closet. There's a dress hanging there that you bought 3 weeks ago specifically for today, deep burgundy, the color he once said made you look like you'd stepped out of a Renaissance painting. You'd been so pleased with yourself for planning ahead, for finding something that made you feel beautiful and confident and like the kind of woman worth remembering after 10 years. The shower in the downstairs bathroom cuts off. You hear the familiar sounds of his morning routine, cabinet opening, electric toothbrush buzzing, the specific way he clears his throat that's always sounded vaguely apologetic. You pull on your robe and head downstairs, heart doing this pathetic hopeful flutter in your chest that you're already half annoyed at yourself for feeling. He's in the kitchen, fully dressed in his charcoal suit, the one you had tailored for him last Christmas, pouring coffee into his travel mug. His hair's still damp, combed back in that way that makes him look older, more serious. More like the stranger he's been slowly becoming over the past year, if you're being honest with yourself, which you haven't really wanted to be. Morning, he says without looking up, scrolling through something on his phone with his free hand. His tone is the auditory equivalent of beige, neutral, unremarkable, forgettable. Morning, you reply, waiting for more. Waiting for the smile, the joke, the acknowledgement. Something. Anything. He takes a long sip of coffee, finally glances up at you with those brown eyes that used to make you forget your own name, and says, "I've got an early meeting, probably won't be home until 7, maybe 8. There's leftover pasta in the fridge if you want lunch. Then he's moving, grabbing his keys from the hook by the door, patting his jacket pocket to confirm his wallet's there, performing the exit choreography you've watched thousands of times. You stand frozen in your bathrobe, barefoot on the cold kitchen tile, watching him. Waiting for the beat where he stops, turns around, breaks into that sheepish grin and says, "Had you going there for a second, didn't I?" Because that would be like him. The man you married loved a good surprise, loved theatrics, loved making you laugh until you couldn't breathe. But he doesn't stop. He doesn't turn around. He pulls open the front door, and the September morning light floods the hallway for a brief moment before the door closes behind him with a decisive click. You're alone in your kitchen on your 10th wedding anniversary, and your husband just walked out without a single word about it. For a long moment, you don't move. You're doing that thing where you try to logic your way through impossible situations, coming up with increasingly elaborate explanations. Maybe he's pretending he forgot so the surprise later will be even bigger. Maybe he's testing you somehow, though you can't imagine why. Maybe he mentioned something weeks ago that you forgot, some reason why you'd be celebrating on a different day, and you're the one who's messed up here. But you know that's not true. You've been mentally circling this date for months, dropping hints that got increasingly less subtle as September approached. 3 weeks ago, you literally said, "Can you believe our anniversary's coming up? 10 years. That's a big one." And he'd looked up from his laptop, nodded, said, "Crazy how time flies," and gone back to whatever email had his attention. You walk to the front window and watch his car pull out of the driveway, that silver sedan you helped him pick out 4 years ago, arguing playfully about whether metallic or solid colors aged better. You watch until it disappears around the corner of your quiet suburban street, where the neighbors are just starting to emerge for their own morning routines, walking dogs and retrieving newspapers, performing the comfortable rituals of established lives. And standing there, bathrobe cinched tight against a chill that has nothing to do with the temperature, you feel something shift. It's subtle, like the first hairline crack in a windshield, barely visible, easy to ignore, but you know from experience that those cracks never stay small. They spread. They spiderweb. Eventually, the whole thing shatters. You turn away from the window and look at your home, the furniture you picked out together, the photos on the walls documenting a decade of shared history, the throw pillows you'd argued about because he thought 4 was excessive and you'd insisted they made the couch look intentional. Everything is exactly as it should be. Picture perfect. Magazine worthy, even. So why does it suddenly feel like you're standing in a stranger's house? You spend the morning in a fog of disbelief that feels almost physical, like you're wading through water. Every task takes twice as long because you keep stopping mid-motion, hand hovering over the coffee maker, staring at nothing, trying to make sense of something that shouldn't need this much analysis. He forgot. That's the simple truth. He forgot, and you need to decide what that means. By 10 a.m., you've cleaned the kitchen twice, reorganized the spice cabinet for no reason, and checked your phone approximately 40 times for a message that hasn't come. The burgundy dress still hangs in your closet, mocking you with its optimism. You'd imagined wearing it to some intimate restaurant where he'd reserved your favorite table, where candlelight would soften the lines that 10 years have etched around both your eyes, where you'd toast to the next decade like people do in movies. Instead, you're wearing yoga pants and one of his old college sweatshirts, doing laundry because the basket's full and you need something to occupy your hands. You pull clothes from the dryer, the fabric warm and static clingy against your palms, and start folding. His work shirts first, the ones you iron every Sunday night while he watches whatever game is on, that domestic ritual you'd found comforting until approximately 7 hours ago. His charcoal suit jacket, the one he wore this morning, is draped over the chair in your bedroom. He must have swapped it for the navy one he keeps in his car for emergencies. You pick it up to hang it properly in the closet, and that's when you feel it, the crinkle of paper in the inside pocket. Here's something they don't tell you about suspicious moments in real life. They don't come with dramatic music or ominous lighting. They happen in broad daylight while you're doing laundry in borrowed sweatpants, and your hands don't even shake when you reach into that pocket. You're just curious, maybe hoping for something mundane like a dry cleaning receipt or a grocery list that'll make you feel silly for the growing knot in your stomach. You pull out a folded piece of paper, and the first thing you notice is that it's nice paper, not receipt paper but actual stationery, the expensive kind with a watermark you can see when you hold it up to the light. You unfold it, and the header reads, Marseille, that French restaurant downtown that opened last year, the one with the 6-month waiting list and the prix-fixe menu that costs more than your monthly car payment. The receipt is itemized in elegant script, 2 appetizers, 2 entrees, a bottle of wine you recognize as exceptional because you'd researched it once for a dinner party you hosted. The total makes your throat tight. But it's the date that stops your heart mid-beat, September 23rd, yesterday. He had this dinner yesterday, less than 24 hours ago, while you were at home watching Netflix and going to bed early because you wanted to be well rested for today. Your brain does this thing where it tries to play defense attorney, scrambling for innocent explanations. Business dinner, obviously. Client meeting. Work thing. Except he'd come home at 6:30 yesterday, which you remember specifically because you'd been surprised he was early. He'd kissed your forehead, asked what you were watching, stolen a handful of popcorn from your bowl, and settled in beside you like it was any other Monday night. You read the receipt again. The timestamp says 7:45 p.m. He wasn't at Marseille yesterday. He was home with you. Except this receipt says he was at Marseille, and receipts don't lie. They're just numbers and timestamps, brutally factual, immune to interpretation. Unless the thought arrives with the weight of something you've been avoiding for longer than you want to admit. Unless he went to Marseille before coming home. Unless the timeline you remember is wrong. Or unless this receipt isn't from yesterday at all, even though it clearly states September 23, 2024, right there in printer ink that hasn't even faded yet. You sit down on the edge of your bed, jacket still in one hand, receipt in the other, and try to remember the exact sequence of last night. He'd come home at 6:30. You're certain of that because the show you were watching had just ended, and you'd checked the time debating whether to start another episode. He'd been in a good mood, unusually good, now that you think about it. Not suspiciously cheerful, just light. Relaxed. The way people look after an excellent meal and good wine. Oh God. The way people look after an excellent meal and good wine. You study the receipt more carefully now, looking for details you missed in your first scan. 2 of everything. 2 appetizers, the duck confit and the burrata. 2 entrees, coco vin and bouillabaisse. A bottle of Chateauneuf du Pape. Dessert, creme brulee and tarte tatin. The kind of meal you order when you're trying to impress someone. When you want someone to feel special. When you're celebrating something. Your hands are shaking now. There's that delayed physical response finally catching up with your thoughts. You set the jacket aside carefully, as if it might explode, and read the receipt one more time. At the bottom, below the total, there's a handwritten note from the server, Joyeux anniversaire. Happy anniversary. The room tilts slightly. You grip the edge of the mattress to steady yourself, that expensive mattress you'd both agonized over 3 years ago, testing what felt like 40 different models before agreeing on this one with its perfect firmness and cooling gel technology. You'd laughed about being the kind of boring adults who get excited about mattress shopping. When did that stop being funny? When did boring adults become strangers sharing a bed? You force yourself to think logically. There are explanations. Maybe, and you're really reaching here, Maybe he took a client to dinner and they happened to mention it was their anniversary? And the server wrote that note for them? That's plausible. That could be completely innocent. Except 2 people ordered dessert. 2 different desserts. That's not a business dinner move. That's a let's share and taste both move. That's an intimate move. You pick up your phone and open your text thread with him. The last message is from you, sent at 2 p.m. yesterday. Reminder, we're out of coffee. Can you grab some on your way home? His response came at 2:18, on it. Hot beverage. No mention of dinner plans. No mention of a meeting. No, I'll be home a bit late tonight. Because he wasn't late. He came home at his normal time, maybe even a bit early, smelling like, wait. You close your eyes and try to reconstruct the memory. When he'd kissed your forehead, had there been a smell? Cologne, yes, he always wore cologne. But underneath that? You'd been focused on your show, only half present in the moment, not cataloging sensory details like you apparently should have been. This is what paranoia feels like, you realize. This is how it starts, with a receipt and a missing acknowledgement and your brain suddenly weaponizing every tiny detail from the past 24 hours. You could be completely wrong. This could all be a misunderstanding. The receipt could belong to someone else who accidentally left it in his jacket. Maybe he borrowed the jacket to someone. Maybe. But you know. Somewhere beneath the desperate scramble for innocent explanations, you know. That instinct people talk about, that gut feeling, it's not mystical or supernatural. It's just your subconscious finally loud enough to drown out all the noise you've been using to avoid listening to it. You stand up, legs unsteady, and walk to his dresser. You've never been the snooping type. In 10 years of marriage, you've prided yourself on respecting his privacy, on trusting him implicitly. The man you married earned that trust, proved himself worthy of it day after day after day. But the man who walked out this morning without acknowledging your anniversary? The man who apparently had a celebratory dinner at an expensive French restaurant yesterday with someone who wasn't you? You're not sure you know him at all. You pull open the top drawer, socks and underwear, neatly organized the way he likes. Nothing unusual. The second drawer holds t-shirts, workout clothes, the drawer you've opened 1,000 times putting away laundry. Third drawer, casual pants, jeans, shorts. Everything normal. Everything exactly as it should be. You're about to close the last drawer when you notice it, a small box pushed toward the back, underneath a stack of winter sweaters that won't be needed for another month. Your heart hammering now, you pull out the box. It's jewelry-sized, wrapped in silver paper with a small white bow. For one wild, hopeful second, you think this is it, the anniversary surprise. He didn't forget. He's just terrible at hiding gifts, and you've ruined the surprise by snooping, and you'll feel like an idiot tonight when he presents this to you over the dinner reservation he obviously made somewhere. You turn the box over in your hands. There's no card, no tag, nothing to indicate who it's for. You know you shouldn't open it. You know that's crossing a line from suspicious to actually invasive. You open it anyway. Inside, nestled in white satin, is a delicate gold bracelet, the kind with a small charm dangling from it. The charm is a tiny letter, in elegant script, studded with what look like real diamonds. Your name doesn't start with A. Your name starts with C, Catherine, and he's never called you by any nickname that would start with A. You sit back down on the bed, gift box in one hand, receipt in the other, and finally let yourself think the thought you've been avoiding since you pulled that paper from his pocket. Your husband is having an affair. The thing about discovering betrayal is that it doesn't hit you all at once like they show in the movies. No dramatic collapse, no immediate tears, No throwing things across the room in a cathartic rage. Instead, it seeps in slowly, like water through a crack in the foundation, and you spend the first few hours just sitting very still, waiting to feel something bigger than the numbness that settled over you like anesthesia. You place the bracelet back in its box, close it, and return it exactly where you found it, underneath those winter sweaters. The receipt goes back into the jacket pocket. You hang the jacket in the closet with geometric precision, making sure it's spaced exactly right between his other suits. Then you walk downstairs, pour yourself a glass of water you don't drink, and stand at the kitchen sink staring at the backyard where the grass needs mowing and the garden beds need weeding and everything needs attention you haven't been paying. It's only 11 a.m. He won't be home for at least 8 hours. You have 8 hours to decide who you're going to be when he walks through that door. The next 3 days unfold with an eerie sense of normalcy that would be almost funny if it weren't so destabilizing. He comes home that Tuesday night at 7:30, kisses your cheek with those same familiar lips that apparently kissed someone else the night before, and asks what's for dinner with the casual entitlement of a man who has no idea his world is crumbling. You serve leftover chicken and roasted vegetables. You eat together at the dining table. You discuss his day, a frustrating meeting, a client being difficult, the usual complaints. He doesn't mention your anniversary because he's forgotten it, and you don't mention it because you're not ready to show your hand yet. You've decided something in those 8 hours alone. If this is happening, if your marriage is dissolving, you're going to know everything before you act. No half-truths. No plausible deniability. You're going to gather every piece of evidence, understand the full scope of the betrayal, and only then, when you have the complete picture, will you decide what to do with it. So you watch. You wait. You pay attention in ways you haven't in years, maybe ever. Wednesday morning, you notice he changes his phone password. You know this because for the entire duration of your relationship, his passcode has been 0824, August 24th, your wedding anniversary, which is either deeply ironic or just predictably careless now that he's apparently celebrating other anniversaries. But when his phone buzzes during breakfast Wednesday and he glances at it, you catch the motion of his fingers on the screen, 6 digits now instead of 4, and from the angle and speed, definitely not 0824. He catches you watching and smiles. Work's making us update security protocols, he says, like this is the most boring administrative detail, not worth discussing further. Everyone has to use 6 digits now, facial recognition, the whole 9 yards. IT's been sending passive-aggressive emails for weeks. Sounds annoying, you say, and take a sip of coffee. Your performance is flawless. You should win an award. Thursday, you notice the phone is always face down now. On the counter, on his nightstand, on the table when he's eating, face down, screen hidden, like it's carrying state secrets. Before this week, it was just a phone, casually placed wherever, sometimes buzzing with notifications he'd ignore for hours. Now it's treated with the care of something precious and incriminating. Thursday night, he announces he has to work late Friday. Big presentation on Monday, he explains, loading his plate with the pasta you made. Team's meeting tomorrow evening to finalize everything. Probably won't be home until 9 or 10. On a Friday, you ask, keeping your tone mildly curious, not accusatory. I know, terrible timing. He does look genuinely apologetic, or maybe he's just a better actor than you've given him credit for. I tried to push it to next week, but you know how Marcus is about deadlines. Marcus. His boss. You've met Marcus exactly twice. Once at a holiday party 3 years ago where the man spent the entire evening discussing his boat, and once at a company barbecue where he wore socks with sandals and insisted on manning the grill despite clearly having no idea what he was doing. Marcus didn't strike you as the type to schedule emergency Friday evening meetings, but what do you know? You're just the wife, apparently kept carefully separate from that entire portion of your husband's life. That's fine, you say. I'll probably just do a girls' night or something. Haven't seen Rachel in weeks. This is a lie. You have no intention of seeing Rachel. What you intend to do is see exactly where your husband goes when he says he's working late. Friday evening arrives with the golden light of early autumn, that perfect temperature where you could convince yourself everything's fine if you weren't paying attention. He leaves at 5:30, briefcase in hand, tie slightly loosened, the image of a man heading to a tedious work obligation. You watch from the upstairs window as his car pulls away, and then you give it exactly 7 minutes before you grab your keys and follow. Your car, the modest sedan you've driven for 6 years, has the advantage of being completely unremarkable. Silver, common model, forgettable in every way. You've never been grateful for its blandness until now, pulling out of your driveway 3 cars behind him, maintaining distance like you've done this before, like you're not making this up as you go. He heads downtown, which is consistent with his story. His office building is downtown. The presentation could be real. You could be paranoid. Except he passes the turn for his office and keeps going, and your heart rate kicks up accordingly. He's not going to work. He drives with confidence, someone who knows exactly where he's headed, and you follow through neighborhoods that get progressively nicer until he pulls into the parking lot of a coffee shop you've never seen before, one of those aggressively hip places with exposed brick and succulents in the windows and a chalkboard menu featuring drinks with names like The Existential Crisis and Lavender Dreams. You park 3 rows back and watch. He gets out of his car, checks his reflection in the window, runs a hand through his hair. Then he walks inside. You wait exactly 90 seconds before following, pulling on the sunglasses you keep in your console, grateful you wore something generic, jeans and a black sweater, nothing memorable. The coffee shop is moderately crowded with the evening crowd, college students with laptops, a book club in the corner, couples on dates pretending to like pour over coffee. And there, at a small table near the window, is your husband. With a woman. She's younger, not obscenely younger, but younger. Late 20s, maybe 30. Blonde hair pulled into one of those intentionally messy buns that takes 20 minutes to achieve. She's wearing a blue dress that shows off gym-toned arms, and she's laughing at something he just said, reaching across the table to touch his hand in that way that's brief enough to look casual but intentional enough to mean everything. You order a coffee you won't drink, take a seat at the counter with your back strategically angled so you can watch them in the mirror behind the barista station, and try to remember how to breathe normally. He's different with her. You can see it even from this distance, his posture more relaxed, his gestures more animated, his smile the one you remember from when you first started dating. The version of him that was excited about things, enthusiastic, fully present in the moment instead of half distracted by his phone or mentally still at the office. They talk for 45 minutes. She shows him something on her phone at one point, and he leans in close to look, his shoulder pressed against hers, intimate in that casual way that speaks of comfort and familiarity. This isn't a first meeting. This is established. This is routine. When they finally stand to leave, he helps her with her jacket, a small courtesy he hasn't extended to you in years, and they walk out together. You wait until they're through the door before moving to the window to watch. In the parking lot, they stop beside her car, a white SUV, newer model, expensive. They talk for another few minutes. Then he hugs her, and it's not a polite side hug or a brief squeeze. It's a real embrace, his arms wrapped around her completely, her face tucked against his shoulder, lasting long enough that 2 people walking past have to navigate around them. When they finally separate, he says something that makes her laugh again. She gets in her car. He stands there watching until she drives away, and the expression on his face in that moment, soft and wistful and almost sad, tells you everything you need to know about how he feels about her. He thinks he's in love. Maybe he is in love. And either way, you're the obstacle, the complication, the wife back home who doesn't know she's already been replaced in every way that matters. He gets in his car and drives away. You sit in the coffee shop parking lot for another 20 minutes, watching the evening fade into dusk, and the numbness you've been operating under all week finally cracks. Not into tears, not yet, but into something harder and colder, resolve. You drive home. You pour yourself a glass of wine you actually drink this time. You pull out a notebook you usually use for grocery lists and start a new page with today's date at the top. Then you write down everything: the receipt, the bracelet, the password change, the coffee shop, the blonde woman in the blue dress, the hug that lasted too long. When he comes home at 9:30, you're on the couch watching a documentary about ocean life, the picture of domestic contentment. How was the presentation prep, you ask. Exhausting, he says, and at least that might be true. Maintaining a double life does sound tiring. But we got it done. How was girls' night? Good, you lie. Really good. We should do it more often. He kisses the top of your head and goes upstairs to shower, and you add one more note to your list: he's gotten very comfortable lying. Which means he's had a lot of practice. Over the next 2 weeks, you develop skills you never wanted to have. You become an expert at casual surveillance, at asking questions that sound innocuous but gather information, at reading body language and noting inconsistencies. You learn that betrayal doesn't just break your heart, it sharpens your mind in ways that feel both empowering and deeply sad. You discover that his late nights at the office follow a pattern: Tuesdays and Thursdays, like clockwork. On those evenings, he comes home smelling faintly of cologne that's slightly different from what he wears in the morning, reapplied, you realize, before seeing her. The cologne is new too, something you noticed a month ago when a mysterious bottle appeared on his dresser. Client gave it to me, he'd said when you asked. Some luxury brand thing. Figured I'd try it. You believed him because why wouldn't you? People give gifts. Clients appreciate good service. The world isn't always a conspiracy. Except now you understand that the cologne wasn't from a client. It was for a client of sorts, someone he's trying to impress, someone whose opinion matters enough that he's upgrading his entire aesthetic. His wardrobe has shifted too, you notice now that you're paying attention. More fitted shirts, darker jeans on casual Fridays, even his haircut is different, shorter on the sides, more styled on top. He looks good. Better than he has in years. Just not for you. On a Wednesday afternoon, you do something you've never done before, you drive to his office. Not to visit, he'd hate that, has always maintained a firm boundary between work and home life, but to watch. You park across the street in a public garage with a clear view of the building's main entrance and wait. At 12:15, she emerges. The blonde woman from the coffee shop, wearing professional attire now, a pencil skirt and blazer that probably cost more than your entire work wardrobe. She's on her phone, laughing at something, and she walks with the confidence of someone who belongs exactly where she is. She works with him. Of course she works with him. The late meetings aren't fictional, they're just not about presentations and clients. They're about stolen moments in conference rooms, about lunch breaks that stretch too long, about building an entire relationship in the margins of a workday. You take a photo. Not of her face, you're not sure why that feels like a line you shouldn't cross, but of her walking into the building, timestamp visible. Evidence. You're building a case like a lawyer, documenting everything, because some instinct tells you that when this inevitably explodes, you're going to need proof. Not for him, he already knows what he's doing, but for yourself. For the divorce lawyer you'll eventually need. For the moments when you'll doubt your own memory and need something concrete to hold on to. That evening, you create a new email account under a name that isn't yours, something generic and untraceable. Then you start forwarding yourself copies of credit card statements, bank records, any document that might be relevant. You're not doing anything illegal. These are joint accounts, joint assets. But you're doing it quietly, carefully, making sure there's no digital trail he might stumble across. Thursday night is another late meeting. You don't follow this time. Instead, you stay home and conduct a different kind of investigation. His laptop sits on his desk in the home office, usually password protected, but you remember watching him type it in once months ago, Tiger Woods 1997, because he's predictable about his sports heroes and significant years. You try it. It works. Of course it works. His email is a minefield you navigate carefully, looking for anything obvious but not wanting to dig so deep you lose track of time. Most of it is legitimate work correspondence, boring chains about project timelines and budget approvals. But then you find a folder labeled Archive, which is either very stupid or very arrogant, and inside are months of messages. Her name is Ashley. Ashley Chen, according to her email signature. Marketing coordinator. 28 years old, based on a birthday message from March where colleagues mention the big 2 to 8. She's been with the company for 2 years. The emails start innocuous: work questions, project collaboration, professional and appropriate. But you can track the evolution like watching a time-lapse of a flower blooming, if that flower were a betrayal. March, thanks for your help with the Morrison account. Couldn't have done it without you. April, lunch sometime? Would love to pick your brain about the Henderson strategy. May, that was fun yesterday. We should definitely do coffee again. June, thinking about our conversation. You might be right about taking more risks. July, the messages moved to text, based on references to like we were texting about. Smart. Harder to track. But the emails that remain get more personal. Inside jokes. References to conversations you're not privy to. A shift in tone from collegial to intimate. August, I know this is complicated, but I don't regret anything. September, only 2 emails this month, both brief, both referencing meeting up, the usual place, at the usual time. They've established routines. They have inside references. There are we now, a unit, operating in parallel to your marriage like a shadow relationship that exists in all the spaces you can't see. You close the laptop carefully, clear the browsing history, make sure everything looks exactly as it did when you started. Then you sit in his office chair, the expensive ergonomic one he ordered last year, and stare at the framed photo on his desk. It's from your honeymoon, both of you on a beach in Greece, sun-drunk and stupid with happiness, his arm around your shoulders, your head tilted against his chest. You look so young in that photo. So certain that you'd figured out the hard part by finding each other, not realizing that finding someone is actually the easy part. Keeping them, or more accurately, having them choose to keep you, that's where it gets complicated. Your phone buzzes. A text from him, meeting running long. Don't wait up. Love you. Love you. 2 words that used to mean something, now deployed casually, reflexively, the way you might sign off an email to a coworker. Love you, the minimum viable effort to maintain the facade. You text back, no problem. There's leftover soup if you're hungry when you get home. Love you too. You even add a heart emoji, because that's what the old you would have done. The you from 3 weeks ago who didn't know better. The you who believed that 10 years of marriage built something solid enough to withstand the normal erosions of time and routine and familiarity. Friday morning, you take a sick day from your job at the marketing firm where you've worked for 7 years. You call your boss, a kind woman named Patricia who's always been understanding about work-life balance, and use a sore throat as an excuse. Your voice does sound rough, actually, probably from the wine you've been drinking more of lately and the sleep you've been getting less of. With the house to yourself, you conduct a thorough search. Not frantically, not tearing through drawers like they do in television dramas, but methodically, carefully, putting everything back exactly as you found it. You find 2 more receipts from restaurants you've never been to together. You find a stub from a movie that came out 3 weeks ago, an action film you know he wouldn't see with you because you hate action films, which means he saw it with her, which means they're doing date activities, building couple memories, playing house in the negative space of your marriage. In his car, which you access with the spare key from the hook in the kitchen, you find nothing. He's careful. But the GPS history on the navigation system tells its own story. Repeated trips to an address in the Riverside district, always on Tuesday or Thursday evenings. You write down the address. Google Maps tells you it's a condo complex. Upscale. New construction. The kind of place a young professional would live. You're about to close the navigation system when you notice another frequent destination, Whispering Pines Park. You know that park. It's 40 minutes outside the city, scenic, isolated, the kind of place couples go for romantic walks. You check the dates, 4 different Saturdays over the past 2 months. Saturdays when he told you he was playing golf with his college buddies, a regular game he's supposedly been part of for years. Maybe he was playing golf. And maybe Ashley was there too, and afterward they went to Whispering Pines to walk and talk and pretend they're a normal couple instead of 2 people actively dismantling someone else's life. That afternoon, you do something that surprises even yourself. You call his mother. Diana has always been kind to you, one of those women who actually likes her daughter-in-law, who texts you recipes and remembers your birthday without Facebook reminders. You've never been particularly close. She lives 3 states away and only visits once or twice a year, but she's always felt like an ally. Catherine. What a lovely surprise, she says when she answers, her voice warm with genuine pleasure. How are you, sweetheart? I'm good, you lie, settling onto the couch with a cup of tea you're using as a prop for normalcy. Just wanted to call and chat. Feels like it's been forever. You talk about inconsequential things for a while, her garden, her book club, her neighbor's drama involving a property line dispute. Then, casually, you say, has Michael mentioned anything about work being stressful lately? He's been coming home so tired. There's a brief pause. Stressful? No, he hasn't said anything to me. Then again, you know Michael. He never likes to worry me with work things. Is everything okay? Oh, everything's fine, you assure her, stirring your tea even though you haven't added anything that needs stirring. Just a lot of late nights recently. Big projects, I guess. And I think he mentioned something about new team members. Someone named Ashley. You hold your breath. You're fishing, and you're not even sure what you're hoping to catch. Ashley? Diana sounds genuinely confused. I don't think so. But then, he doesn't usually tell me about his coworkers unless something significant happens. Why? Is she causing problems? No, nothing like that, you backtrack. I must have misheard. You know how it is. He comes home talking about work, and I'm only half listening while making dinner. Diana laughs, a sound that makes you feel guilty for lying to this kind woman who doesn't deserve to be used as an unwitting accomplice in your investigation. You chat for a few more minutes before making an excuse to hang up, and as you set your phone down, you realize what you've learned. He's not just hiding this from you. He's hiding it from everyone. His mother, his friends, probably the people at work don't know either, or at least don't know the full extent. This is his secret, carefully compartmentalized, meticulously managed. Which means he knows it's wrong. He's not some oblivious person stumbling into an affair thinking it's innocent. He knows exactly what he's doing, understands the weight of the betrayal, and has decided it's worth it anyway. That realization, that he's making a conscious, continuous choice to deceive you, somehow hurts worse than the actual cheating. By the end of week 3, you've accumulated enough evidence to fill a small filing box, which is exactly what you do. A nondescript cardboard box tucked in the back of your closet behind the winter boots, containing printed emails, photographs with timestamps, credit card statements with suspicious charges highlighted in yellow, receipts, a detailed timeline written in your careful handwriting. You've become a documentarian of your own marriage's collapse, an archivist of betrayal. But evidence alone isn't enough. You need to understand the full picture. You need to know what Ashley knows, what she's been told, whether she's a willing participant in destroying your marriage or an unwitting accomplice who thinks she's the hero of her own love story. On a Tuesday evening, one of his regular, late work nights, you make a decision that even you recognize as slightly unhinged but completely necessary. You create a fake social media profile. Not on the platform where your actual friends and family exist, but on one of those newer apps the kids are using, the ones with the filters that make everyone look ethereal and slightly unreal. You use a stock photo of a brunette woman in her late 20s, someone attractive but not memorable, and build a basic profile. Freelance graphic designer. Recently moved to the city. Looking to make connections. It takes you 40 minutes of searching through his company's social media presence before you find Ashley's profile. It's public, a rookie mistake for someone having an affair, but maybe she doesn't see it that way. Maybe in her version of events, there's nothing to hide. Her bio is exactly what you'd expect: coffee enthusiast, yoga lover, living my best life with a series of emojis that make you feel ancient for not understanding their significance. You scroll through her photos with the morbid fascination of someone examining their own wound. She's pretty, not devastatingly beautiful, not the kind of woman who stops traffic, but pretty in an accessible, girl-next-door way that probably photographs well at company events. Lots of photos with friends at brunches, at bars, at workout classes. A few hiking pictures. Several with a small dog, a French bulldog named Winston, according to the tags. And there, if you know what you're looking for, breadcrumbs of your husband. A photo from 4 weeks ago at a work event, him visible in the background. A shot from a restaurant you recognize from one of the receipts, no people in frame but tagged with the location and captioned, "Best dinner ever." A coffee cup held up to the camera with latte art shaped like a heart, captioned, "Tuesdays are my favorite." Tuesdays. His late work nights are her favorite days. You send a friend request from your fake profile. She accepts within an hour, like you said, rookie mistake. Then you wait 2 days before sending a message, casual and friendly, "Hey. I know this is random, but I'm new to the city and trying to meet people. Saw we have some mutual interests. Always looking for recommendations on the best coffee spots." She responds the next morning, "Hi. Welcome to the city. There are so many good places. Are you downtown? I have like 5 spots I rotate through depending on my mood, lol." You chat back and forth over the next few days, establishing rapport, building trust. She's friendly, enthusiastic, generous with recommendations. She tells you about her favorite yoga studio, the farmer's market she goes to on Saturdays, the best place to get bubble tea. She complains about her job in that casual way people do when they're not actually unhappy but like to commiserate: difficult clients, boring meetings, office politics. "At least there are some perks," she writes on day 5. "I work with some really great people. Makes the boring parts tolerable." "That's so important," you respond. Good coworkers can make all the difference. Are you close with people at work? A few. There's this one person who's basically become my work best friend. We grab coffee all the time, help each other with projects. You know how it is. When you find someone who just gets you, it makes everything easier. Work best friend. That's how she's categorized him. Or maybe that's the lie she's telling herself, the narrative that makes this feel less like betrayal and more like serendipity. That's amazing, you type, each word requiring physical effort. Nothing better than finding your person, even at work. Right? Honestly, I don't know what I'd do without him. He's been so supportive, especially lately. Life stuff, you know. Him. Supportive. Life stuff. You want to ask what kind of life stuff requires a married man to be so supportive, but you're playing the long game here. You can't show your hand yet. Over the next week, your fake friendship with Ashley deepens in that strange way digital relationships do, fast and intense but ultimately superficial. She shares more photos, more details about her life. You learn that her parents divorced when she was 12, that she has a younger brother in medical school, that she's originally from Oregon and moved here 2 years ago for the job. She loves true crime podcasts, rewatches The Office when she's stressed, and has strong opinions about whether pineapple belongs on pizza. It doesn't, according to her, which is actually something you agree with. She seems nice. That's the part that makes this harder somehow. She's not a monster. She's just a young woman who, if her carefully curated social media presence is accurate, likes brunch and dogs and motivational quotes about living authentically. She probably doesn't see herself as the other woman. She probably has a whole justification system in place about how what she's doing is okay, maybe even noble. On Friday evening, you're messaging back and forth about weekend plans when she drops something unexpected. Ugh, I wish I could do something fun this weekend, but I'll probably just stay in. The person I usually hang out with is busy with family stuff. Family stuff. You want to laugh at the audacity. That's what she calls you, family stuff. An obligation. A complication. That sucks, you write. No other friends available? I mean, I have friends, but it's different, you know? When you connect with someone on a deeper level, other stuff just feels surface level in comparison. Totally get that. Sounds like this person is really special. He really is. I know it's probably too soon to say this to someone I just met online, lol, but I think I'm falling for him. Like, actually falling. It's terrifying and exciting, and I've never felt this way before. Your hands are shaking as you type. That's amazing. Is he falling for you too? The 3 dots appear, disappear, appear again. Finally, I think so. I mean, he hasn't said it exactly, but actions speak louder than words, right? He makes time for me, really listens, treats me like I'm the most important person in the world. The only complicated part is, he's technically still married. But it's not what it sounds like. He's basically already emotionally divorced. They barely talk anymore, no connection, just going through the motions. He's planning to tell her soon. He just wants to wait for the right time. There it is. The lie he's been feeding her. Emotionally divorced. No connection. Going through the motions. You think about last weekend, when you'd both gone to the farmer's market and argued playfully about whether to buy the expensive heirloom tomatoes. You'd made pasta together Sunday night, drinking wine in the kitchen while music played from the speaker, and he'd spun you around during a particularly good song, dipping you dramatically while you laughed. Monday morning, he'd brought you coffee in bed before you were fully awake, kissing your temple and saying he appreciated you. Those don't sound like the actions of a man who's emotionally divorced. Those sound like the actions of someone maintaining two separate relationships, giving each woman exactly what she needs to stay invested while he figures out which life he wants to commit to. Wow, you type back to Ashley, because what else can you say? That's a lot. Are you okay with waiting? That sounds really hard. It is hard. But he's worth it. And honestly, I feel kind of bad for his wife. She has no idea how checked out he is. It's probably kinder this way. She gets to stay in her bubble a little longer before reality hits. Ignorance is bliss, right? Ignorance is bliss. You stare at those words on your screen, this woman who's sleeping with your husband telling you, without knowing it's you, that you're better off not knowing the truth. The irony is so sharp it almost cuts. Right, you type. Bliss. That night, you lie in bed next to your husband, who came home at a reasonable hour because Ashley thinks he's doing family stuff, and listen to him breathe in the darkness. He's asleep within minutes, the easy unconsciousness of someone whose conscience isn't keeping them awake. You, on the other hand, stare at the ceiling and think about the dual realities existing simultaneously, the life Ashley believes she's living, where she's the special one and you're the obstacle, and the life you're actually living, where you're the wife who still loves her husband despite everything while he slowly erases you. The question you keep circling back to is, which version of him is real? The husband who brings you coffee in bed, or the boyfriend who takes Ashley to expensive dinners? The man who holds you when you're sad, or the man who tells another woman he's emotionally divorced? Maybe they're both real. Maybe people contain multitudes, and the capacity for tenderness and cruelty can exist in the same person, expressed differently depending on the audience. Or maybe, and this is the thought that keeps you awake until dawn, maybe you never really knew him at all. Maybe the version of him you fell in love with 10 years ago was just one possibility, one potential outcome, and somewhere along the way he chose to become someone else. Someone who lies fluently. Someone who maintains parallel relationships without apparent guilt. Someone who can kiss you goodnight and mean it while planning a future with someone else. Saturday morning, he's up early for his golf game with the guys. You watch him pack his golf bag, putting on the performance of a hobby you now know is mostly fictional. What time will you be back, you ask, already knowing the answer. Probably around 3, he says, kissing your forehead. We're doing 18 holes, might grab lunch after. I'll text you. Sounds good. Have fun. Love you, he says, hand already on the doorknob. Love you too, you reply automatically, words that have become so divorced from feeling they might as well be a different language. After he leaves, you pull out your phone and check Ashley's social media. She posted a story an hour ago, a photo of a coffee cup and a book, captioned, "Perfect Saturday morning vibes." Within 30 minutes, she posts another story, a selfie in workout clothes, hair pulled back, no makeup, looking fresh and young and happy. Hiking today. Finally some good weather. Whispering Pines Park. She's going to Whispering Pines Park with your husband, who is supposedly playing golf with his college buddies but is actually maintaining the other half of his double life. You could confront him when he gets home. You have enough evidence now. You could lay it all out, the receipts, the emails, the GPS history, the screenshots of your conversations with Ashley, and watch his face as he realizes he's been caught. But something stops you. Maybe it's pride, not wanting to be the weeping wife demanding explanations. Maybe it's strategy, knowing that the more information you have, the better positioned you'll be when this inevitably ends in divorce court. Or maybe it's something darker, the desire to hurt him the way he's hurt you, which requires patience, planning, and perfect timing. You open your notebook to a fresh page and write at the top, plan. Then you start plotting. Monday morning, you do something you haven't done in years. you call on a personal day and drive to a coffee shop 3 neighborhoods away from your house. You've arranged to meet someone, and you can't risk this conversation happening anywhere you might be recognized. Lisa Morrison, your husband's best friend's wife, walks in at exactly 10 a.m., looking confused and concerned. You'd texted her yesterday with a vague message, "Need to talk to you about something important. Can we meet for coffee?" She'd responded immediately with worry, "Is everything okay? Are you sick?" You'd kept it brief, "I'm fine. Just need advice. Tomorrow morning?" Now she slides into the chair across from you, her expression shifting from concern to curiosity as she takes in your appearance. You haven't been sleeping well, and it shows. "Catherine, what's going on? You're scaring me." You slide a folder across the table. Inside are copies, not originals, you're keeping those safe, of the most damning evidence. The receipt from Marseille. Screenshots of emails between Michael and Ashley with the explicitly romantic parts highlighted. A photo you took last Tuesday when you followed them to a wine bar downtown, the two of them visible through the window, his hand covering hers on the table. Lisa opens the folder. You watch her face as she processes what she's seeing, the confusion, the dawning realization, the anger that flashes across her features. "Oh my God," she whispers. "Catherine, I'm so sorry. How long have you known?" 3 weeks. Since he forgot our anniversary. You take a sip of your latte, proud that your hands are steady. The anniversary he apparently celebrated the night before with her at a French restaurant. Lisa closes the folder, pushes it back toward you like it might contaminate her. "This is... I don't even know what to say. Does David know?" David is her husband, Michael's best friend since college, the person your husband allegedly plays golf with every Saturday. "I don't think so." "Does he?" She shakes her head slowly. "He's never mentioned anything. But then again, men are oblivious about this stuff. Or maybe..." She pauses, looks uncomfortable. "Maybe he does know and hasn't said anything. They're loyal to each other, the guys. Sometimes too loyal. This is what you were afraid of. The possibility that there's a whole network of complicity, people who knew or suspected and said nothing. Lisa, I need to ask you something, and I need you to be completely honest with me. Anything. Have you noticed anything? Any weird comments, any times when Michael and David's stories didn't match up? Anything at all that seemed off?" She's quiet for a long moment, stirring her tea even though she hasn't added sugar. Finally, there was one thing. Maybe 2 months ago. We were supposed to have dinner with you guys on a Saturday, but Michael canceled last minute. Said something came up at work. David seemed surprised. He'd just talked to Michael that morning about the golf game, and Michael hadn't mentioned work then. I asked David about it later, and he got defensive. Said Michael must have gotten the call after they talked, and I was reading too much into it. Your stomach tightens. What Saturday was that? She pulls out her phone, scrolls through her calendar. August 17th. You know without checking that August 17th was one of the dates in his GPS history for Whispering Pines Park. He'd canceled dinner with his best friend so he could spend the day with Ashley, and either David covered for him or was genuinely oblivious. There's something else, Lisa says, and her tone makes you look up sharply. I feel horrible about this now, but at the time I didn't think it meant anything. Last month, I ran into Michael downtown on a Thursday evening. He was with a young woman, blonde, pretty. They were coming out of a restaurant, and when he saw me, he looked panicked. Just for a second, before he covered it. He introduced her as a coworker, said they'd just finished a client dinner. She was friendly, professional, and I didn't think anything of it because, I mean, why would I? He's married to you. You're solid. What was her name? Ashley. Lisa's face crumples slightly. Oh God, Catherine. I met her. I shook her hand and made small talk, and the whole time. You didn't know, you say, even though part of you wants to be angry at everyone who could have connected these dots sooner. How could you have known? I should have told you anyway. Even if it was innocent, I should have mentioned I'd seen him. She reaches across the table, squeezes your hand. What are you going to do? This is the moment you've been building toward, the reason you asked Lisa here. I'm going to throw him an anniversary party. She blinks. I'm sorry, what? A 10th anniversary party. Big celebration, all our friends and family. I'm going to announce it this week, give people 3 weeks notice. And I'm going to make sure Ashley finds out about it. Understanding dawns slowly across Lisa's face, followed by something that looks almost like admiration. You're going to expose him. I'm going to let him expose himself. I want everyone we know in one room, his mother, his colleagues, our friends, and I want them to see exactly who he's become. No more private conversations where he can control the narrative. No more letting him choose who knows what. You pull the folder back toward you, fingers tracing the edge. He spent months building this double life, carefully managing both sides, thinking he's so clever. I'm going to collapse both sides together and watch what happens. That's... Lisa searches for words. That's brutal. Is it? More brutal than what he's been doing to me? To her, for that matter, Ashley thinks he's planning to leave me. She thinks she's the future and I'm the past. Maybe it's time everyone involved understood the actual situation. Lisa sits back in her chair, studying you with new eyes. I've known you for 6 years, and I've never seen you like this. Like what? Dangerous. She smiles slightly, and it's not a happy smile, more like recognition. I'm in. Whatever you need. David will be pissed when he finds out I knew and didn't tell him, but honestly? Good. Let him be pissed. You're my friend, and what Michael's doing is unconscionable. You feel something release in your chest, tension you didn't know you were holding. You've been alone with this for 3 weeks, carrying the weight of knowledge and planning by yourself. Having an ally, someone who knows the truth and is choosing your side, feels like being able to breathe properly for the first time in weeks. I need your help with 2 things, you say. First, I need you to act normal around both of them. Michael can't know that you know. If he suspects anything, he'll be on guard. Done. What's the second thing? I need to make sure Ashley comes to the party. I can't exactly invite her myself without raising suspicion. But if someone from the company were to mention it, maybe forward along the Facebook event when I create it. You want me to set up a fake profile and befriend her. Lisa's already pulling out her phone. What's her last name? Chen. Ashley Chen. She works in marketing at his company. Lisa's fingers fly across her screen. Found her. Her profile's public. Wow, she really doesn't understand internet safety, does she? Okay, I'm sending a friend request from. She shows you the screen, a profile with a generic name and stolen photos. Meet Jennifer Martinez, marketing consultant who just moved to town and is looking to network. You watch as Lisa crafts a friendly introduction message, complimenting Ashley's work portfolio, asking about the industry locally. It's smoother than your own attempt at digital subterfuge, and you realize Lisa's done this before, maybe not for this exact reason, but she knows how to create a convincing fake identity. How long have you been a secret spy? You ask, only half joking. She grins, but there's something sad behind it. You'd be surprised what you learn when you spend enough time wondering if your own husband is faithful. Turns out David was just boring and predictable, not cheating. But I got pretty good at surveillance before I figured that out. She sends the friend request, sets her phone down. We live in a world where trust is harder than paranoia. It's depressing. Over the next hour, you and Lisa map out the plan in detail. The party will be 3 weeks from Saturday, enough time to seem legitimate, not so much time that Ashley and Michael might plan something that would interfere. You'll rent out the riverside room at that event space downtown, the one with the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the water. Classy, elegant, the kind of venue that says, "This is important." Make it fancy, Lisa suggests. Require semi-formal attire. When Ashley shows up in a cocktail dress thinking she's crashing or causing a scene, and instead finds herself at an actual elegant party, the dissonance will be perfect. You'll hire a photographer, not for memories, but for documentation. You'll create a slideshow of your marriage, wedding photos, honeymoon pictures, anniversaries past, vacations, holidays, 10 years of documented togetherness. And woven throughout, you'll include screenshots of receipts, GPS locations, timestamps. Not obvious at first, but gradually more explicit as the slideshow progresses, until the evidence is undeniable. That's diabolical, Lisa says with clear approval. By the time people realize what they're watching, it'll be too late to look away. I'm going to give a toast, you continue, the plan crystallizing as you speak it aloud. A loving toast thanking Michael for 10 incredible years. I'll talk about all the things that make our marriage special: trust, honesty, commitment. I'll make sure Ashley's in the room when I do it. And then I'll play the slideshow. What about Michael? Won't he try to stop it? He'll be in shock. By the time he processes what's happening, it'll be over. And what's he going to do? Make a scene in front of everyone? Admit to everything in an attempt to shut it down? Either way, the truth comes out. Lisa is quiet for a moment, then, "Catherine, are you sure about this? Once you do this, there's no going back. Your marriage will be over, publicly and permanently. Everyone will know. His family, your family, his coworkers, everyone. My marriage is already over, you say, and saying it out loud makes it real in a way it hasn't been before. It ended the moment he decided someone else was worth more than his vows. I'm just making sure the funeral is well attended." When you get home that afternoon, Michael is already there, working from home for the rest of the day. He looks up from his laptop when you walk in, smiles that familiar smile that used to make your heart skip. "Hey, beautiful. Where were you?" "Just running errands," you say easily. "Needed to get out of the house for a bit." "How's work?" "Boring conference calls and budget reviews. You know, the usual excitement." He closes his laptop, stands, and wraps his arms around you. You let him even lean into the embrace, because you've become an excellent actress over the past 3 weeks. "I was thinking we could try that new Thai place tonight. I owe you a proper date. I know I've been distracted lately with work stuff." Work stuff. Is that what we're calling Ashley now? "That sounds nice," you say against his chest, breathing in his cologne, the new cologne he wears for her. "Actually, I've been thinking about something. Our anniversary was last month, and we didn't really celebrate. What if we did something bigger? Like a party?" You feel him tense slightly. "A party?" "Yeah. It's our 10th anniversary, that's a big milestone. We should celebrate with everyone important to us. Friends, family, coworkers even. Make it a real event." You pull back to look at his face, watching carefully. "What do you think?" He's trying to keep his expression neutral, but you can see the wheels turning. I mean, that could be nice, but isn't it a lot of work? We'd have to plan everything, find a venue. I don't mind the work. I think it would be fun. You smile brightly, the devoted wife eager to celebrate her marriage. We could do it 3 weeks from Saturday. That gives everyone plenty of notice. I'll handle all the planning, you won't have to do anything except show up and look handsome. 3 weeks. He's definitely uncomfortable now, though he's trying to hide it. That's pretty soon. Are you sure you can pull together something nice in that time? Absolutely. It'll be perfect. Trust me. The word trust hangs in the air between you, loaded with irony only you can appreciate. He searches your face for something, suspicion, maybe, or hidden motives, but you've perfected this mask over 3 weeks of practice. Finally, he smiles, pulls you close again. Okay. If it's important to you, let's do it. 10th anniversary party it is. Thank you, you murmur into his shoulder. It means a lot to me. Celebrating us, you know. Everything we've built together. Everything we've built, he echoes, and you wonder if he hears the hollowness in his own words, or if he's so deep in his own deception that he actually believes them. That night, after dinner at the Thai restaurant where he's attentive and romantic and everything a husband should be, you lie in bed next to him and start planning the guest list in your head. His mother Diana will come, of course, she wouldn't miss it. His brother James and sister-in-law Sandra. Your own parents, probably confused about why you're having such a formal party but supportive nonetheless. College friends, work colleagues, neighbors, everyone who's been part of your life together. And Ashley Chen, who thinks she knows the truth but is about to discover she's been living in a carefully constructed lie. Michael's breathing evens out beside you, sleep claiming him quickly as always. You turn your head to look at him in the darkness, this man you've loved for 10 years, who became a stranger without you noticing the transformation. In 3 weeks, you'll destroy the life you built together. You'll humiliate him in front of everyone who matters. You'll burn down the facade and dance in the ashes. And the strangest part? You're not even sad about it anymore. You're just ready for it to be over. The next morning, you wake up with the kind of clarity that comes from making an irrevocable decision. While Michael showers, you create a Facebook event, celebrating 10 years, Michael and Catherine's anniversary party. You choose a photo from your 5th anniversary, both of you dressed up, his arm around your waist, genuine smiles that existed before Ashley Chen entered your lives. The caption reads, "Join us in celebrating a decade of love, laughter, and partnership. Here's to 10 more years and beyond." You make the event public. This is strategic, anyone can see it, share it, comment on it. You invite 50 people immediately, family, close friends, Michael's college buddies, some of your co-workers, his co-workers whose names you remember from holiday parties. You include his boss Marcus and Marcus's wife. You tag Michael in the event, effectively announcing it to his entire social network before he's even out of the shower. By the time he emerges, towel around his waist and hair dripping, you're already getting responses. This is so exciting. Wouldn't miss it. 10 years. You two are relationship goals. Each enthusiastic comment is another nail in the coffin of his double life. I created the Facebook event, you say casually, looking up from your phone. Hope that's okay. People are already excited. His smile falters for just a microsecond before recovering. That's great. Wow, you work fast. When I commit to something, I commit fully. You hold his gaze, letting the double meaning hang there. You know that about me. He nods, runs a hand through his wet hair, looks uncomfortable in a way he's trying to hide. I should probably give my mom a heads up. She'll want to book travel. Already texted her this morning. She's thrilled. This is true, you'd sent Diana a message at 7 a.m., and she'd responded with multiple exclamation points and heart emojis, saying she wouldn't miss it for the world. She's flying in that Friday, staying through the weekend. You can see him mentally calculating, trying to figure out how this impacts his plans with Ashley. Tuesday and Thursday evenings are usually his, and maybe some weekday lunches, but weekends have been more complicated, hence the fictional golf games and work emergencies. Having his mother in town means those excuses won't fly. He'll actually have to be present, attentive, the devoted son and husband. That's great, he says, and you almost feel sorry for him. Almost. I'll clear my schedule that weekend. Make sure work knows I'm unavailable. Perfect. I want you fully present for this. It's our celebration. You stand, kiss his cheek, and head downstairs to start coffee, leaving him alone with his thoughts and the rapidly multiplying comments on the Facebook event. Over the next 3 days, planning the party becomes your full-time obsession. You book the Riverside room, gorgeous space, perfect for 75 people, available on your date by sheer luck or possibly fate. You hire a catering company that specializes in elegant cocktail parties. You contract a photographer whose portfolio shows she's excellent at capturing candid moments, the exact kind of documentation you'll need. You also hire a videographer, which Michael questions when you mention it at dinner Wednesday night. A videographer? Isn't that a bit much for an anniversary party? I want to remember everything, you say, spearing a piece of chicken with more force than necessary. 10 years is significant. I want to capture the speeches, the toasts, people's reactions. When we're old, we can watch it and remember how loved we were. He shifts uncomfortably. Who's giving speeches? Well, I am, obviously. Maybe your brother? Lisa said David wants to say something. We'll see who else feels inspired in the moment. You smile at him across the table. Don't worry, I won't make you give a speech if you don't want to. I know public speaking isn't your thing. This is a lie. Public speaking used to be very much his thing. He'd given a confident, funny, touching speech at your wedding. But lately, he's become more withdrawn, less willing to put himself in the spotlight. Probably because maintaining lies requires controlling the narrative, and unscripted public moments are dangerous. I'll probably say something, he mutters. Can't have an anniversary party without the husband giving a toast, right? Right, you agree, and take a sip of wine to hide your expression. You're very curious what he'll say, what lies he'll tell in front of a room full of people who are about to discover the truth. Thursday afternoon, Lisa texts you, Jennifer Martinez is now friends with Ashley Chen. They've been messaging. Ashley seems sweet but incredibly naive. This is going to be brutal. You respond, what has she said? Mostly work stuff, networking chat. But she mentioned she's been stressed lately, relationship stuff. I expressed sympathy, and she opened up a bit. Said she's seeing someone who's, in a complicated situation, but she's hopeful they'll be together properly soon. I asked if she had support, and she said not really, she can't tell people because of the situation. She sounds lonely, Catherine. And kind of sad. You stare at your phone, feeling a complicated mix of emotions. Part of you wants to feel vindicated, see? Ashley is complicit, actively participating in this affair, making choices that hurt you. But another part recognizes that Ashley is also a victim of Michael's lies, just a different kind. He's told her a story where she's the hero rescuing him from a loveless marriage, and she's believed it because why wouldn't she? People want to believe they're good, that their actions are justified. Keep building rapport, you text back. When the time comes, make sure she knows about the party. On it. Also, I told David last night. About Michael. He was furious. Wanted to call Michael immediately and confront him, but I convinced him to wait. He's on our side, by the way. Said what Michael's doing is unforgivable. This surprises you. David and Michael have been friends for nearly 15 years, since freshman year of college. They've been groomsmen in each other's weddings, spent countless weekends watching games and playing golf and doing whatever it is male best friends do. You'd assumed David would either defend Michael or stay neutral, citing bro code or some other masculine loyalty principle. Tell David thank you, you type. And tell him I'm sorry he's caught in the middle of this. He says you have nothing to apologize for. He's ashamed he didn't notice sooner. Apparently, he'd asked Michael a few months ago if everything was okay with you too, said Michael seemed distracted. Michael told him everything was fine, just work stress. David feels like an idiot for believing him. You set your phone down and stare at the ceiling of your living room, this room where you've hosted dinner parties and game nights and casual hangouts with these same friends who are now choosing sides in a war they didn't know existed until days ago. The life you built is already crumbling, and the party hasn't even happened yet. By the time you're done, there won't be anything left to salvage. Friday evening, Michael comes home early, surprising you mid-party planning, laptop open on the dining table with spreadsheets and seating charts and vendor contracts scattered around you. Wow, he says, surveying the organized chaos. You really are going all out. Only the best for us. You close the laptop, start gathering papers. How was work? Fine. Quiet, actually. End of quarter, so everyone's just trying to close out projects. He loosens his tie, and you notice he's wearing the new cologne again. It's Friday, not one of his usual Ashley nights, which means either he's breaking pattern or he's seeing her more frequently now. Any plans tonight, you ask, keeping your tone light and disinterested. Thought I'd stay in, actually. Maybe we could watch a movie. I feel like we haven't just relaxed together in a while. This throws you. In the 3 weeks since you've known about Ashley, he hasn't suggested a quiet night in. He's been busy with work, tired from long days, always having something that keeps him occupied and separated from you. The sudden attention feels suspicious. Sure, you say slowly. That sounds nice. Your choice on the movie. He picks a comedy you've both seen before, something easy and undemanding. You settle on the couch together, and he pulls you against his side like he used to do when you first started dating, when physical closeness was automatic and unconsidered. It feels wrong now, like wearing someone else's clothes. Technically it fits, but it doesn't feel like yours. Halfway through the movie, during a scene you're not paying attention to, he says, "I'm sorry I've been so distracted lately. With work and everything. I know I haven't been the most present husband." You tense against him. This is new territory. It's okay. I know you have a lot going on. It's not okay, though. You deserve better. He's quiet for a moment, and you can feel his heart beating through his shirt. This party, I know why you're doing it. You want to reconnect, remind us what we have together. And you're right. We needed this. The audacity of this reframing takes your breath away. He thinks the party is your attempt to save the marriage, to pull him back from whatever edge he's dancing on. He's congratulating himself for recognizing your effort while simultaneously planning to keep seeing Ashley, maintaining both relationships, having his cake and eating it too. I'm glad you understand, you say, and you're proud of how sincere you sound. I just want us to remember why we chose each other. Why we keep choosing each other. I love you, he says, and he sounds like he means it. That's the most disturbing part. He probably does love you, in whatever limited capacity he's still capable of loving anyone while betraying them. People are contradictory. They contain multitudes. They can love you and hurt you simultaneously, can mean their promises while breaking them. I love you too, you reply, because in this moment, in some twisted way, it's still true. You love the man he was. You love the life you thought you had. You even love the fantasy version of him that this party is designed to destroy. What you don't love is the reality, the liar next to you on the couch, the stranger wearing your husband's face. The next morning, you meet with the photographer you've hired, a woman named Elena who comes highly recommended for event photography. You meet at a coffee shop and show her the venue photos, explain the vibe you're going for. I want candid moments, you tell her. People's genuine reactions. Not just posed photos but the in-between moments, people laughing, talking, the natural flow of the party. Absolutely, Elena says, making notes. Any specific people you want me to focus on? My husband, obviously. And there might be an unexpected guest, a young woman, blonde, late 20s. If she shows up, I want extensive documentation of her arrival and my husband's reaction to seeing her. Elena's pen pauses on her notepad. She looks up at you, and you can see her recalculating the nature of this job. This isn't exactly a celebration, is it? It's a revelation, you say. And I need it documented. She's quiet for a long moment, studying your face. Then she nods. I'll make sure to capture everything. No detail missed. Thank you. Can I ask, she hesitates, are you sure about this? Once these photos exist, you can't take them back. I'm sure. You've never been more sure of anything. Sometimes the truth needs witnesses. That evening, Lisa texts with an update. Jennifer Martinez mentioned the party to Ashley. Suggested it might be a good networking event since several people from Michael's company will be there. Ashley seemed interested but hesitant, said she doesn't usually crash other people's events. I told her it's open invitation based on the public Facebook event, and she should totally come. Still on the fence, but I'm working on it. You respond, perfect. Don't push too hard. Let her think it's her idea. The next week passes in a blur of final preparations. You confirm the catering, finalize the seating chart, and pick up your dress, a stunning emerald green number that hugs every curve and makes you feel powerful in a way you haven't felt in months. You also work on the slideshow, the centerpiece of your plan. The slideshow starts innocently, wedding photos set to your first dance song, honeymoon pictures from Greece, anniversary celebrations from years 1 through 9. Each section is introduced with a title card: Year 1, New Beginnings; Year 3, Our First Home; Year 5, Growing Together. It's sentimental, nostalgic, exactly what guests would expect from an anniversary celebration. But interwoven throughout, visible if you're paying attention but not immediately obvious, are other images. The receipt from Marseille appears briefly between photos from Year 9 and Year 10, formatted to look like part of a scrapbook aesthetic. Screenshots of messages, just fragments, nothing explicit yet, blend into the background of vacation photos. GPS coordinates appear as decorative elements. The final section is titled Year 10, Truth and Consequences. And that's where you stop holding back. Full email chains. Clear photographs of Michael and Ashley together. Credit card statements with charges highlighted. A timeline showing his whereabouts on specific dates versus what he told you. All of it set to a slowed down, haunting version of your wedding song, the same melody that opened the slideshow now twisted into something melancholic and devastating. The slideshow ends with a single sentence in white text on a black background: some anniversaries mark beginnings. Some mark endings. This is both. You watch it through twice, making final edits, and you feel nothing. No sadness, no anger, just a cold sense of completion. This is your truth, packaged for public consumption, and in 8 days, everyone will see it. Michael notices you've been working on something on your laptop. The slideshow coming together, he asks over dinner Tuesday night, one of his Ashley nights, though he's home tonight because his mother arrives tomorrow and he needs to maintain appearances. It's perfect, you tell him. Everyone's going to love it. I can't wait to see it, he says, and you smile at him across the table, this man who has no idea what's coming. Me neither, you reply. Me neither. Diana arrives Friday afternoon, and you pick her up from the airport alone because Michael is stuck in a meeting he can't get out of. This is probably true, he's been noticeably stressed all week, the reality of having to juggle both his mother's visit and Ashley's expectations clearly weighing on him. You saw him texting frantically this morning before work, that particular hunched posture people adopt when they're having a conversation they don't want overheard. Catherine, darling. Diana emerges from arrivals with her trademark energy, pulling you into a hug that smells like her signature lavender perfume. She's 63 but could pass for 50, one of those women who ages gracefully through good genes and expensive skincare. I'm so excited about tomorrow. 10 years. I can hardly believe it. Time flies, you say, taking her suitcase and leading her to the car. "Michael's so sorry he couldn't be here. Work's been crazy lately." "Oh, I understand. He works too hard, that boy. Always has." She settles into the passenger seat, immediately pulling out her phone to text him that she's arrived safely. "But he's lucky to have you keeping him grounded. You're the best thing that ever happened to him." The irony of this statement sits heavy in your chest. "That's sweet of you to say. I mean it. When he first brought you home, what was it, 11 years ago now, I knew immediately. You were different from the other girls he dated. More substantial. More real." She's looking at you with such genuine affection that you almost feel guilty for what's about to happen. Almost. He'd been dating these vapid little things with nothing between their ears, and then suddenly here was this smart, funny, grounded woman who actually challenged him. "I told his father, God rest his soul, this is the one. Michael finally found his person." "I thought I had too," you say quietly, and Diana doesn't catch the past tense, too busy scrolling through photos on her phone of her garden back home. That evening, the three of you have dinner together at the house. Nothing fancy, just pasta and salad and the comfortable rhythm of family. Michael is performing hard, being extra attentive to both of you, refilling wine glasses and asking his mother about her garden and her book club with the kind of focused interest he used to show naturally but now feels calculated. Diana doesn't notice, too happy to be with her son and daughter-in-law, too caught up in the nostalgia of tomorrow's celebration. "I brought something for you both," she says after dinner, retrieving a wrapped box from her suitcase. "I was going through old photos and found these. Thought you might want them for tomorrow. Inside are photos from your wedding that you've never seen, candids Diana took on her own camera, moments the professional photographer missed. There's one of you and Michael during the reception, heads bent together in conversation, completely absorbed in each other. Another of him watching you dance with your father, his expression so tender it makes your throat tight. A third of both of you collapsed in chairs after all the guests left, shoes kicked off, holding hands and laughing about something now forgotten. You were so happy," Diana says softly. "You still are, I can see it. The way you look at each other hasn't changed." You glance at Michael, and he's staring at the photos with an expression you can't quite read. Regret, maybe. Or nostalgia for a simpler version of himself, before he became someone who could betray so easily. "Thank you, Diana, you manage. These are perfect." That night, lying in bed with Michael carefully maintaining distance between you despite his mother's presence in the guest room down the hall, you think about those photos. That young couple had no idea what was coming. They thought love was enough. They thought commitment meant something permanent and unshakable. They were naive in the way people are before life teaches them about impermanence, about how easily promises can be broken, about how the person sleeping beside you can become a stranger without you noticing the transformation. "Big day tomorrow," Michael says into the darkness. "Yes. Are you nervous?" "Should I be?" You turn your head to look at him, his profile barely visible in the dim light from the street lamp outside. "I just mean, it's a lot of people. A lot of attention. I know you're not always comfortable being the center of things." "I'm comfortable with truth," you say. "As long as everything's honest and real, I'm fine." He's silent for a long moment. Then, "Catherine, is everything okay? Between us?" Your heart rate picks up. This is the closest he's come to acknowledging that something might be wrong. "Why would you ask that?" "I don't know. You've seemed different lately. Distant, maybe. I wasn't sure if you were upset about something." The sheer audacity of this, him asking if you're upset while actively maintaining a relationship with another woman, almost makes you laugh. "But you've come too far to crack now." "I'm fine," you say. "Just stressed about the party planning. Making sure everything's perfect." "It will be," he assures you, reaching over to squeeze your hand. "You always make everything perfect." "Yes," you agree. "I do." Saturday morning arrives with crystalline autumn weather, sunny but cool, perfect for the outdoor cocktail hour before the indoor reception. You wake early, leave Michael sleeping, and find Diana already up making coffee in the kitchen. Couldn't sleep, she admits. Too excited. I hope that's not silly, getting excited about my son's anniversary party like I'm some teenager. It's not silly at all. You accept the coffee mug she offers. It means a lot that you're here. She studies you over the rim of her own mug. Can I tell you something, Catherine? Mother to daughter-in-law? Of course. Marriage is hard. Harder than anyone tells you when you're standing at the altar thinking love conquers all. There will be times when you wonder if you made the right choice. Times when your partner disappoints you or fails to meet your expectations. Times when you feel lonely even though you're sharing a life with someone. She sets down her mug, reaches across the kitchen island to take your hand. But the secret, and I learned this over 35 years with Michael's father, is that commitment isn't about never wavering. It's about choosing each other again and again, even when it's hard. Especially when it's hard. You want to ask her what happens when only one person is doing the choosing. What happens when commitment becomes a solo performance while the other person builds a completely separate life? But you just nod and squeeze her hand and let her believe her wisdom applies to your situation. Thank you, Diana. That means a lot. The day passes in a blur of preparation. Hair and makeup appointments for you. You've gone all out. Professional styling that makes you look polished and elegant and nothing like the devastated wife you are beneath the surface. You pick up the dress from the cleaner where you'd taken it for a final press. You confirm last-minute details with the venue, the caterer, the photographer, the videographer. Lisa texts around 2 p.m. Jennifer convinced Ashley to come. She'll be there. Said she's curious to see what Michael's wife is like. I almost feel bad for her. Almost. You respond, don't feel bad. She made her choices knowing he was married. She gets to live with the consequences. At 4 p.m., you start getting ready. The emerald dress fits perfectly, hugging curves you'd forgotten you had after months of stress eating and then stress not eating. Your hair is styled in soft waves, makeup dramatic enough to be memorable but not so much that it looks like you're trying too hard. Diamond earrings, a gift from Michael on your 5th anniversary, back when his gifts came from guilt-free income instead of whatever complicated emotional calculus he's currently operating under. Diana knocks on your bedroom door at 4:30. Catherine, you look absolutely stunning. Michael's going to lose his mind when he sees you. That's the plan, you say, and she laughs, not understanding what you really mean. Michael himself is in the guest bathroom getting ready, and you haven't seen him since this morning. When he finally emerges at 4:45, he's wearing his best suit, navy blue, tailored, the one he wore to his brother's wedding last year. He's clean-shaven, hair perfectly styled, and for a moment you remember why you fell for him in the first place. He's handsome. He always has been. It was never about looks, the betrayal. It was about choice. Wow, he says when he sees you. Catherine, you're, wow. Thank you. You smooth down the dress even though it doesn't need smoothing. You look good too. We clean up nice, he says with a smile that might be nervous. Ready for this? More than you know. The venue is a 15-minute drive, and you insist on arriving separately from Michael and his mother. I need to check on last-minute details, you explain. You two go ahead, I'll be right behind you. Really, you need time alone. Time to center yourself, to go over the plan one last time, to make sure you're ready for what's about to happen. You drive slowly, deliberately, watching the city pass by your windows, neighborhoods you've lived in, restaurants you've eaten at together, the park where he proposed on a Sunday morning 9.5 years ago. This city is full of memories, and after tonight, they'll all be tainted. You arrive at the Riverside Room at 5:20. Guests start arriving at 5:30 for cocktail hour. The formal program begins at 6:30. You have 10 minutes to do a final walkthrough, to make sure everything is positioned exactly right. Elena, the photographer, is already there setting up. She gives you a knowing nod when you walk in. The videographer, a quiet man named Marcus who came with excellent references, is positioning cameras to capture multiple angles of the main room. The slideshow is loaded and ready on the AV system, cued to play at precisely 7 p.m., right after your toast. Lisa arrives early, David in tow. He pulls you aside immediately. Catherine, I just want you to know, whatever happens tonight, I'm here. We're here. What Michael's done is unforgivable, and you have every right to handle this however you need to. Thank you, David. That means more than you know. I still can't believe it, he says, shaking his head. 15 years of friendship, and I had no idea who he really was. Makes me question everything. Don't, you say gently. He's good at compartmentalizing. Good at being exactly who people need him to be in any given moment. You couldn't have known. Guests start arriving. Michael's brother James and his wife Sandra, warm and effusive with congratulations. Your parents, your mother immediately fussing over your dress and hair. College friends, work colleagues, neighbors, they filter in with gifts and cards and enthusiasm, completely unaware that they're attending an execution disguised as a celebration. Michael works the room naturally, comfortable in social situations, playing the role of grateful husband celebrating a milestone. You watch him hug friends, accept congratulations, laugh at jokes. He's good. You have to give him that. He's very, very good. At 6:15, Lisa appears at your elbow. She's here. Just pulled into the parking lot. Your heart rate kicks up, but your hands remain steady. Perfect. Where? Coming up the walk now. Blue cocktail dress, looks nervous as hell. You position yourself near the entrance, glass of champagne in hand, the picture of a relaxed hostess. Through the glass doors, you can see Ashley approaching, and Lisa was right, she looks nervous. She's dressed appropriately, hair styled nicely, but her body language screams discomfort. She's second-guessing this decision, you can tell. But she's here. That's what matters. Ashley pushes through the door, and you move to intercept before she can scan the room and find Michael. Hi. Welcome. I don't think we've met, I'm Catherine. She freezes. For a second, you watch her process who you are, the wife, the woman she's been positioned against in whatever narrative Michael's been feeding her. Up close, she's prettier than in photos, with clear skin and bright eyes and an openness to her expression that speaks of someone who hasn't yet learned to guard herself against the world. I'm Ashley, she manages. I work with Michael. I saw the event was open invitation, and I thought, I probably shouldn't have crashed. This is weird. I'm sorry. Don't be silly. The more the merrier. Any colleague of Michael's is welcome here. You link your arm through hers with practiced ease, steering her into the room before she can bolt. Let me introduce you around. How long have you been with the company? 2 years, she says faintly, and you can see her eyes scanning the crowd, looking for Michael, probably panicking about whether he knows she's here. Wonderful. And are you enjoying it? Michael speaks so highly of his team. This is a lie, Michael barely mentions work at home, another compartmentalization tactic. But Ashley doesn't know that. It's great. Everyone's been really welcoming. You spot Michael across the room, deep in conversation with his brother. Michael, you call out, and watch his head turn toward your voice. Look who's here, Ashley from your office. The expression that crosses his face lasts for maybe 2 seconds, but Elena catches it. You see the camera flash from the corner of your eye. It's pure panic, eyes wide, color draining, the exact look of a man whose 2 worlds just collided catastrophically. Then he recovers, muscle memory and social training kicking in. He excuses himself from James and walks over, and you have to admire the performance. He looks pleasantly surprised, not panicked. Welcoming, not trapped. Ashley. What a nice surprise. I didn't know you were coming. Last-minute decision, she says, and there's a question in her eyes when she looks at him. Why is your wife being so nice to me? Why aren't you warning me off? What's happening? Well, we're glad to have you, you say brightly. Michael, why don't you introduce Ashley to your mother? I'm sure she'd love to meet more people from your office. You watch them walk away together, Michael's hand carefully not touching Ashley's back the way it probably usually does, Ashley's confusion evident in the stiffness of her posture. Diana will be gracious and friendly, completely unaware she's making small talk with her son's mistress. Lisa materializes beside you. That was brutal to watch. Are you okay? I'm perfect, you say, and take a long sip of champagne. Let's get this party started. The cocktail hour unfolds with surreal normalcy. Guests mingle, servers circulate with appetizers and champagne, soft jazz plays from the speakers, and everyone seems genuinely happy to be here celebrating your marriage. You float through the crowd with practiced grace, accepting congratulations and compliments, hugging old friends, making small talk about nothing that matters while your actual focus remains laser-locked on two people, Michael and Ashley. They're maintaining careful distance from each other, you notice. Ashley has positioned herself near the windows with a small group of people you don't recognize, probably other colleagues from his office who saw the public event and decided to come. Michael stays on the opposite side of the room, but you catch him glancing her direction every few minutes, that same panicked calculation playing out behind his eyes. He's trying to figure out what she knows, whether this is coincidence or catastrophe, whether you somehow orchestrated this. You did, of course. But he doesn't know that yet. At 6:45, the venue coordinator dims the lights slightly and announces that dinner will be served in the main room. Guests migrate from the cocktail lounge, carrying their drinks, chattering excitedly. You've arranged the seating strategically, you and Michael at the head table with Diana, James, and Sandra. David and Lisa at a table nearby. Ashley ends up at a table with other company colleagues, positioned with a perfect sight line to the head table. Elena has been shadowing her all evening, you've noticed, capturing every expression, every glance toward Michael. The meal is excellent, the caterer outdid themselves. Herb-crusted salmon, roasted vegetables, artisan breads, everything plated beautifully. Wine flows freely, conversation builds, and the energy in the room is festive and warm. You barely taste your food, too focused on maintaining your performance while monitoring the dynamics around you. Michael leans over midway through the main course. This is really nice, he says quietly. You did an amazing job planning this. Thank you. You place your hand over his on the table, that gesture of casual intimacy that photographs well. Elena captures it from across the room. I wanted it to be perfect. Memorable. It definitely is. He squeezes your hand, and you wonder if he feels the tremor in your fingers, the only sign of the adrenaline coursing through you. I'm lucky to have you. Yes, you agree. You are. Diana, slightly wine-tipsy and sentimental, raises her glass. A toast. To my wonderful son and even more wonderful daughter-in-law. 10 years of marriage, and may you have 50 more. You two are proof that true love exists. Everyone at the table raises their glasses. You clink yours against Michael's, maintain eye contact, and take a sip while your heart hammers against your ribs. Across the room, you see Ashley watching this interaction, her expression unreadable. At 7:15, the venue coordinator approaches your table. Mrs. Harrison? We're ready whenever you are. Perfect timing. You stand, smooth down your dress, and accept the microphone she hands you. The room gradually quiets as people realize you're about to speak. Michael looks up at you from his seat, smiling encouragingly, completely unsuspecting. You tap the microphone gently. Hello, everyone. Can I have your attention, please? The last few conversations taper off into silence. 75 faces turn toward you expectantly. First, I want to thank you all for being here tonight. It means the world to us that so many important people could celebrate this milestone with us. Murmurs of appreciation, a few people raising their glasses. You make eye contact with Lisa, who gives you a subtle nod of support. 10 years ago, I stood in front of many of you and promised to love, honor, and cherish Michael for the rest of my life. I meant those words with everything I had. Your voice is steady, practiced. You've rehearsed this speech dozens of times in front of your mirror. I promise to be faithful, to support him through good times and bad, to build a life together based on trust and honesty and mutual respect. Michael is watching you with an expression of surprised pleasure. He clearly didn't expect you to be this eloquent, this composed. He probably thought you'd keep it brief, maybe get emotional, certainly not command the room like this. And for 10 years, I've kept those promises. Every single day, I've chosen our marriage. Chosen us. You pause, let that land. Marriage isn't always easy. It requires work and patience and constant communication. It requires both people showing up, being present, making the choice to stay committed even when it's hard. A few people nod in agreement. Diana has tears in her eyes, moved by what she thinks is a beautiful tribute to lasting love. Michael, you've given me so many things over these 10 years. Laughter, adventure, partnership. You've challenged me to grow, supported my dreams, and been my best friend through all of life's ups and downs. This part is true, or at least it was true, and saying it aloud makes your throat tight. I thought I knew everything about you. I thought we'd built something unshakable. You can see Michael starting to look uncertain now, picking up on something in your tone that doesn't match the words. But recently, I've learned that marriage has taught me some lessons I didn't expect. Lessons about trust. You pause. About honesty. About what happens when one person is keeping promises while the other person is keeping secrets. The room has gone very quiet now. Michael's face has lost all color. So tonight, I wanted to celebrate not just 10 years of marriage, but 10 years of truth. The truth about who we are, what we've built, and what happens when foundations crack. You turn to address the AV technician waiting by the screen. I've put together a slideshow, a journey through our decade together. Every milestone, every memory, everything that's made us who we are today. You look directly at Michael. He's staring at you with an expression that's half confusion, half dawning horror. Across the room, Ashley has gone very still. So please, everyone, help yourself to more wine. Get comfortable. And let's take a walk down memory lane together. You nod to the technician. Whenever you're ready. The lights dim further. The screen illuminates. Your wedding song begins playing, the original version, still sweet and hopeful and unbearably naive. The first few minutes are exactly what everyone expects: beautiful wedding photos, honeymoon shots in Greece, anniversary celebrated with cake and champagne and joy. People smile, make appreciative sounds, comment on how young you both looked. Diana is openly crying happy tears. Then the timeline reaches year 9, moving into year 10. The photos become more recent. The music shifts subtly, the same melody, but slowed down, minor key, melancholic. And interwoven with the anniversary photos are other images. A receipt from Marseille dated September 23rd, someone in the audience gasped softly. Screenshots of text messages, "Can't wait to see you tonight. That was amazing, as always. You make me feel alive again." GPS coordinates plotted on a map, Whispering Pines Park, repeatedly, on dates that match his supposed golf outings. The energy in the room has shifted dramatically. What was festive curiosity 30 seconds ago is now tense, horrified attention. You can hear chairs shifting, whispers starting. Michael has half risen from his seat, but David, bless him, has moved to stand behind Michael's chair, a hand on his shoulder keeping him in place. Not forceful, just present. A reminder that running would make this worse. More photos now, Michael and Ashley at the coffee shop, at the wine bar, walking in the park. Elena captured them beautifully, intimate, undeniable, the body language of two people who know each other far too well to be merely colleagues. Catherine, Michael's voice cuts through the silence, raw with panic. Let her finish, Diana says, and her voice is like ice. She's realized what she's watching. The happy tears have dried on her cheeks. The slideshow continues. Credit card statements showing charges at romantic restaurants you've never been to. Hotel reservations. The bracelet with the letter, you'd photographed it before returning it to his drawer. And finally, the email chains. Brief excerpts, but enough. I know this is complicated, but I don't regret anything. She doesn't understand me the way you do. Soon. I promise. Just need to wait for the right time. The slideshow ends with that final message in white text on black. Some anniversaries mark beginnings. Some mark endings. This is both. The music stops. The lights come up slowly. The room is absolutely silent except for someone near the back who's crying, not happy tears this time. You set down the microphone with a steady hand and look at your husband. Did I miss anything? Any details you'd like to add? Michael's mouth opens and closes. No sound comes out. He looks like he's been hit by a truck, shock and shame and rage warring across his features. Catherine, I can explain, he finally manages. Can you? You tilt your head. Because I've spent the last month trying to understand, and I genuinely can't figure it out. When did you stop loving me? Was it gradual or sudden? Did you wake up one day and decide your vows meant nothing, or was it a slow erosion of character? This isn't, you can't, he's sputtering, looking around the room for support and finding none. Every face is turned toward him with expressions ranging from disgust to pity to fascination. Diana stands abruptly. Michael James Harrison. Her voice could cut glass. How dare you? How dare you do this to your wife? To your family? Mom, please, if I could just. No. She holds up a hand. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear your excuses or your justifications. I raised you better than this. Your mother has her arm around your shoulders. You didn't notice her move from her table, but she's there now, solid and furious on your behalf. Your father looks like he's considering violence, his jaw clenched tight enough to crack teeth. But you're not looking at them. You're looking across the room at Ashley, who's standing now, backing toward the exit, tears streaming down her face. She's just realized that she wasn't the hero of this story. She was a supporting character in someone else's tragedy. Michael told her you were emotionally divorced, barely speaking, that the marriage was over in everything but paperwork. Instead, she's just watched a slideshow of a couple who went to farmers markets together, who celebrated small anniversaries, who were building a life while he was promising her a future. Ashley, wait, Michael finally breaks free from David's hand and starts toward her. Don't. Ashley's voice is choked but clear. Don't you dare. You told me, you said, she can't finish, just shakes her head and pushes through the crowd toward the door. Michael turns back to you, and now there's anger mixing with the panic. You planned this. You've been planning this for weeks. The party, the slideshow, inviting her. Yes, you say simply. I planned it. Did you think I'd just quietly accept being betrayed? Did you think I'd discover your affair and what, divorce you privately, let you control the narrative, allow you to tell everyone our marriage failed for irreconcilable differences while you immediately moved on with your young girlfriend? This is insane. This is honesty. Your voice doesn't rise, doesn't waver. You wanted 2 lives. You wanted the wife at home and the exciting affair. You wanted everyone to think we were happy while you built a relationship with someone else. I'm just giving everyone the truth you've been hiding. Lisa has joined your mother beside you, a united front of support. James looks torn between loyalty to his brother and disgust at his actions. Sandra is openly glaring at Michael. I think, David says quietly, you should leave, Michael. Now. Before this gets worse. Worse? How could this possibly get worse? Michael laughs, but it's a broken sound. She just destroyed my life in front of everyone I know. No, you correct. You destroyed your life. I just made sure everyone could see what you did. There's a difference. He stares at you for a long moment, and you see the exact second he stops trying to salvage this. His shoulders slump, the fight draining out of him. He looks around the room one last time, at his mother's disappointed face, at his brother's conflicted expression, at the colleagues and friends who will never look at him the same way. I'm sorry, he says finally, quietly. You're not sure if he's talking to you, to the room, or to himself. I'm sure you are, you reply. Now. He walks out. Just turns and walks through the crowd that parts like water, and leaves. You watch him go, this man you've loved for more than a decade, and feel absolutely nothing. The room erupts into noise the moment he's gone, people talking over each other, asking questions, offering support, some heading for the door to leave this uncomfortable situation. But you remain standing at the front of the room, spine straight, head high, the picture of composure. Diana approaches you, and you brace for her reaction. She's just watched you publicly humiliate her son. But she pulls you into a fierce hug. I'm so sorry, she whispers against your ear. I'm so sorry he did this to you. You deserved better than my son. Thank you, you manage, and finally, your composure cracks slightly. Not tears, not yet, but your voice shakes on those two words. The photographer is still working, you notice. Still capturing every moment, every reaction. This wasn't just about humiliating Michael, it was about documentation. Evidence. The kind of evidence that will matter when lawyers get involved, when assets get divided, when he tries to claim the marriage failed for mutual reasons rather than his betrayal. People begin to leave slowly, most stopping to hug you or offer support or promise to call. Some look uncomfortable, eager to escape the drama. A few look almost excited, already mentally composing the story they'll tell about the wildest anniversary party they've ever attended. Lisa and David stay, along with your parents and Diana. When the venue is mostly empty, you finally sink into a chair, the adrenaline that's been holding you up for the past hour suddenly gone. That, Lisa says, sitting beside you, was the most badass thing I've ever witnessed. I need a drink, you reply. A real one. Not champagne. Your father heads to the bar. David excuses himself to call Michael. Someone should make sure he's not doing anything stupid, he explains, though his loyalty is clearly strained. Your mother and Diana flank you, creating a protective barrier of maternal energy. What happens now? Your mother asks gently. Now? You accept the whiskey your father brings you, take a long sip. Now I file for divorce. Now I find a new apartment. Now I figure out who I am without him. You're going to be fine, Diana says with certainty. Better than fine. You're going to thrive. And Michael. She trails off, shakes her head. Michael is going to spend a very long time regretting what he threw away. You want to believe her. You want to believe that he'll suffer, that karma will catch up, that justice exists in the universe. But mostly you just feel tired. Bone deep, soul tired, exhausted from weeks of lying and planning and performing. Elena approaches with her camera. I have everything documented, she says quietly. Every moment, every reaction. When you're ready, I'll have the files for you. Thank you. You stand, slightly unsteady in your heels, and survey the venue. The decorations still hanging, the flowers still fresh, the celebration that became an execution. I should probably help clean up. Absolutely not, Lisa says firmly. You're done. You've done enough. Let the venue handle it. Let's get you out of here. You let them lead you out, your parents, Diana, Lisa and David forming a protective circle around you. The autumn night is cool against your skin, shocking after the warmth of the crowded venue. You stand in the parking lot for a moment, breathing deeply, and realize you have no idea where you're going. You can't go home. Michael might be there, or if he's not, his belongings are. The bed you've shared. The life you built together. You're staying with us tonight, Lisa announces, reading your mind. Guest room's already made up. You're not going back to that house until we've figured out next steps. You nod, too drained to argue. Diana hugs you one more time before getting into your parents' car. They're taking her back to your house to collect her things before finding a hotel. Call me tomorrow, she says. We'll talk. And Catherine? I'm proud of you. That took courage. Or insanity, you reply. Sometimes they're the same thing. You ride with Lisa and David, sitting in the back seat of their SUV like a child, watching the city lights blur past. Your phone is buzzing constantly, texts from people who were at the party, people who've already heard about it, people offering support or asking for details. You turn it off without reading any of them. Do you regret it? David asks from the driver's seat. No. You're surprised by how certain you sound. I regret marrying someone capable of that kind of betrayal. But exposing it? Making sure everyone knew the truth? No. I don't regret that at all. Good, Lisa says. You shouldn't. He deserved everything he got tonight. And honestly, it probably saved Ashley from wasting more time on him too. She looked devastated. She was a victim too, you hear yourself say. In a different way, but still. He lied to both of us. You're more generous than I'd be, Lisa mutters. But you're not wrong. At their house, Lisa sets you up in the guest room with pajamas and toiletries, offers tea or wine or something stronger. You decline all of it, suddenly desperate to be alone with your thoughts. She hugs you goodnight, reminds you they're right down the hall if you need anything, and finally leaves you in the blessed silence. You sit on the edge of the unfamiliar bed in the borrowed pajamas and finally let yourself feel everything you've been holding back. Not tears, those still won't come, but something deeper. Relief, maybe. The relief of not having to pretend anymore, of not carrying secrets, of having the truth finally visible to everyone. Your marriage is over. Your husband is gone. Your life as you knew it has been thoroughly detonated. And somehow, impossibly, you feel lighter than you have in months. You don't sleep that night. You lie in Lisa's guest room staring at the ceiling, replaying the evening in your mind like a film you can't turn off. The expression on Michael's face when the slideshow started. The gasps from the audience as they realized what they were watching. Ashley's tears. Diana's fury. The weight of 75 pairs of eyes watching your marriage implode in real time. Around 3 a.m., you give up on sleep and pad downstairs to find Lisa already in the kitchen, kettle on the stove. Couldn't sleep either, she admits, pulling down 2 mugs. Too much adrenaline. That was intense. That's one word for it. You slide onto a bar stool, accept the tea she hands you. Have you heard from David? Did he talk to Michael? Briefly. Michael's staying at a hotel downtown. David said he was broken. Kept saying he didn't mean for any of this to happen, that he never wanted to hurt you, all the standard cheater excuses. She sits across from you, wrapping her hands around her own mug. David told him he needed to get his shit together and figure out how to make this right, but honestly, I don't think there's any making this right. This is scorched earth territory. Good. The word surprises you with its vehemence. He doesn't get to make this right. He doesn't get redemption or forgiveness or a tidy ending where everyone moves on as friends. He gets consequences. Lisa studies you in the dim kitchen light. You've changed. Over the past few weeks, I mean. You're harder now. Colder. Is that a bad thing? No, she says slowly. Just different. The Catherine I knew a month ago would have confronted him privately, cried, maybe gone to therapy to try to fix things. This version. She gestures at you with her mug. This version is someone who plans elaborate public revenge. I'm not judging, I'm actually kind of in awe, but it's a shift. You consider this. She's right. The woman you were before discovering the affair would have handled this differently. Would have prioritized preserving dignity, avoiding scenes, keeping private matters private. But that woman was operating under the assumption that her husband deserved consideration, that the marriage was worth saving, that some things were sacred. He killed that version of me, you say quietly. The soft one who gave him the benefit of the doubt. Who trusted him completely. The version of me who existed before I found that receipt in his pocket, she's gone. This is who's left. I like her, Lisa says. She's a survivor. Your phone, which you turned back on around 2 a.m. after lying awake for hours, starts buzzing on the counter. You flip it over, Michael calling. You send it to voicemail. He calls again immediately. Voicemail again. A text follows, Catherine please. We need to talk. I'm so sorry. Please just let me explain. You set the phone face down and ignore it. He's called 6 times since midnight, you tell Lisa. I'm not ready to talk to him. Maybe I'll never be ready. You don't owe him a conversation. You don't owe him anything. I know. But eventually, we'll have to deal with logistics. The house, the finances, the actual divorce. I can't avoid him forever. Not forever, Lisa agrees. But for now? While you're raw and angry and processing? You get to avoid him as long as you need. Sunday morning brings a deluge of messages. Texts from friends expressing support, shock, offers to help. Emails from people who were at the party. Your aunt in Florida who somehow already heard about it through your mother. Even a message from Ashley, brief, awkward, painful, I'm so sorry. I didn't know. He told me you were separated. I feel sick about this. I've quit my job. I can't face anyone. I hope someday you can forgive me, but I understand if you can't. You read that one 3 times. Part of you wants to respond with anger, to tell her that ignorance isn't innocence, that she still made choices that hurt you. But the larger part recognizes the truth in her words. She was lied to, manipulated, used as a weapon against you without her full knowledge. Michael is the villain here. Ashley is just collateral damage. You don't respond to her message. But you don't delete it either. Diana calls mid-morning. How are you holding up, sweetheart? I'm okay. Surprisingly okay, actually. I wanted you to know, I called Michael this morning. Told him exactly what I think of his behavior. Her voice is tight with anger. I also told him that whatever happens with the divorce, he'd better treat you fairly. If he tries to hide assets or make this difficult for you, he'll have to deal with me. Diana, you don't have to. Yes, I do. He's my son, and I love him, but what he did is unconscionable. Your family too, Catherine. That doesn't change just because he ruined your marriage. She's quiet for a moment. I keep thinking about when he brought you home that first time. How happy you both were. Where did it go wrong? I don't know, you admit. Maybe it was gradual. Maybe there were signs I missed. Or maybe he just changed, became someone capable of this kind of deception. People don't just change, Diana says firmly. The capacity for betrayal was always there. He just never had a reason to use it before. Or never got caught. This thought sits uncomfortably. Was Michael always capable of this? Were there red flags during dating, during the early years of marriage, that you ignored or rationalized away? Or did something shift, a midlife crisis at 35, the excitement of someone new showing interest, the slow death of passion that happens in long-term relationships? You'll probably never know. And maybe it doesn't matter. The why is ultimately less important than the what. Monday morning, you call a lawyer. Her name is Rebecca Sterling. Lisa recommended her, said she handled her sister's divorce and was ruthless but fair. You meet at her office downtown at 10 a.m., bringing the filing box of evidence you'd carefully compiled over the past month. Rebecca is exactly what you need, mid-40s, impeccably dressed, with the kind of sharp intelligence that makes you feel immediately confident. She listens to your story without interrupting, takes notes, and examines your evidence with methodical attention. This is excellent documentation, she says finally. Detailed, time-stamped, comprehensive. It's going to make this divorce very straightforward. In this state, we're no fault for divorce proceedings, which means his affair doesn't technically impact the dissolution of marriage. But it absolutely impacts asset division, especially if we can prove he was spending marital assets on the affair. He was. You point to the credit card statements. Restaurants, hotels, gifts. Thousands of dollars over the past 6 months at least. Perfect. We'll make sure you're compensated for that in the settlement. She leans back in her chair. I have to ask, the anniversary party. That was quite a move. How are you holding up? Everyone keeps asking me that. You smile without humor. I'm fine. Better than fine. I feel free. Good. Because this is going to get messy before it gets clean. He's going to be angry, defensive. He might try to paint you as vindictive or unstable. The public nature of how you exposed him gives him ammunition to claim you're irrational. Let him try. You meet her eyes steadily. I have evidence of months of systematic lying and cheating. He has embarrassment that I made it public. I'll take those odds. Rebecca smiles, and it's the smile of a shark scenting blood. I like you. We're going to work well together. Let me draft the initial paperwork. You'll be served first, which means you control the narrative from a legal standpoint. I recommend we go for division of all marital assets, no alimony for either party since you both work, and a clean break on all shared property. What about the house? Do you want it? You think about this. The house where you built a life together, where you discovered his betrayal, where every room holds memories both good and poisoned. No. I want it sold and the proceeds split. I don't want to live in that space anymore. Smart. Clean break is usually healthier. She makes another note. I'll have papers ready by Wednesday. In the meantime, I recommend you stay somewhere else if possible. Don't be alone in the house with him, don't engage in any confrontations. All communication should go through me. I'm staying with friends. Excellent. One more thing, social media. I know you're getting a lot of attention right now. Don't post anything about the divorce, about him, about your feelings. Anything you say publicly can be used against you. Keep your head down and let me handle the legal side. You leave her office feeling lighter, more in control. The revenge was satisfying, but this, the systematic dismantling of your legal ties, the careful documentation ensuring you're protected financially, this is empowering. You're not just burning down your old life. You're building a foundation for your new one. Tuesday afternoon, you finally return to your house. Michael's car isn't in the driveway. David confirmed he's still at the hotel, too ashamed or angry to come home. You bring Lisa with you for support and to help pack. Walking through the front door feels surreal. Everything looks the same, your furniture, your decorations, your life, but it all feels like a museum display of someone else's existence. You move through the rooms mechanically, pulling clothes from your closet, toiletries from the bathroom, personal items that feel important even if you're not sure why. In the bedroom, you strip your side of the bed and stuff the sheets in a trash bag. You're never sleeping in this bed again. In his office, you carefully photograph everything, his files, his laptop position, the papers on his desk, so you can prove later you didn't tamper with anything. Rebecca was clear, document everything, assume he'll try to claim you damaged or stole property. Lisa finds you in the kitchen, staring at the coffee maker. You okay? This was a wedding gift, you say. From your aunt. We registered for it, specifically picked this model. We've used it every single morning for 10 years. You unplug it, set it in a box. I'm taking it. He can buy a new one. Take everything you want, Lisa says. He doesn't get to keep the life you built while you start over from nothing. You end up with 15 boxes, clothes, books, kitchen items you care about, photo albums, your grandmother's china that was supposed to be passed down to your daughter if you'd had children. You take the good towels and leave him the threadbare ones. You take your favorite coffee mugs and leave him the chipped ones from random conferences. It's petty, maybe, but it feels necessary. On your way out, you stop in the doorway and look back one more time. This house held a decade of your life. First-time homeowner excitement, holidays hosted, lazy Sunday mornings, quiet Tuesday evenings, all the mundane moments that comprise a shared existence. Now it's just a building. For walls and memories you don't want anymore. Goodbye, you say to the empty rooms, and pull the door closed behind you. Wednesday morning, Rebecca calls. Papers are ready. I can have them served to him today if you give me the go-ahead. Do it. You're sure? Once we start this process. I'm sure. I've never been more sure of anything. By Wednesday evening, Michael has been served. You know, because he calls 17 times in the span of 2 hours. He texts, "How can you do this?" and "We can work this out," and "I love you, please don't throw away 10 years, and finally, desperately, "I'll do anything." Therapy, counseling, whatever you need. Just don't end this. You read each message as it comes in, feeling nothing. The man begging for another chance is a stranger. You don't know him. Maybe you never did. Thursday, he shows up at Lisa's house. You watch from the upstairs window as he stands on the front porch, ringing the doorbell repeatedly. David goes out to talk to him, and you can't hear the conversation, but you can see the body language. Michael gesturing frantically, David standing firm with crossed arms, shaking his head. Eventually, Michael leaves. David comes back inside looking grim. He's not handling this well, David reports. Says you won't take his calls, won't talk to him, that you're being unreasonable. I told him he created this situation and he doesn't get to dictate your response to it. He didn't like that. I don't care what he likes anymore. Good. That's healthy. David sits down heavily. For what it's worth, I told him our friendship is on hold. I can't look at him the same way after what he did. 15 years of friendship, and I feel like I never knew him at all. That makes 2 of us. Friday brings unexpected news. Michael's company has placed him on administrative leave pending an investigation into his relationship with Ashley. Apparently, fraternization between employees at different levels violates their ethics policy, and the very public revelation of the affair triggered an automatic review. Lisa finds the email chain. Someone forwarded it to David, who showed it to Lisa, who shows it to you. Michael is defending himself, claiming it was consensual between adults, that his personal life shouldn't impact his employment. HR is unmoved, citing the power differential. He was technically 2 levels above Ashley in the company hierarchy, and the fact that he failed to disclose the relationship as required by policy. He might get fired, Lisa says, reading over your shoulder. That's, wow. I mean, I know you hate him right now, but that's his career. He should have thought about that before sleeping with a subordinate, you say, and you mean it. You're past the point of feeling sympathetic about collateral consequences. He made choices. Choices have outcomes. Welcome to cause and effect. The weekend is quiet. You start looking at apartments, small 1-bedrooms in decent neighborhoods, places that are yours alone, spaces with no history. You look at jobs too, even though you're technically still employed at your current firm. You're suddenly hungry for change, for new experiences, for a life that doesn't carry the shadow of your failed marriage. Sunday evening, Diana calls again. I'm flying back tomorrow, but I wanted to talk before I left. Michael came to see me yesterday. How is he? You ask this automatically, not because you care but because it's what you're supposed to ask. Devastated. Remorseful. Begging me to convince you to give him another chance. She pauses. I told him no. Told him he made his choices and now he has to live with them. He didn't take it well. I'm sorry you're caught in the middle of this. Don't be. I'm not in the middle, I'm on your side. He's my son, but that doesn't mean I'm blind to his faults. What he did was wrong, and you owe him nothing. Her voice softens. But Catherine? Can I give you some advice? Of course. Don't let his betrayal turn you bitter. Be angry, be hurt, take him for everything he's worth in the divorce. But don't let this close you off to the possibility of love again someday. Not all men are like Michael. Not all relationships end in betrayal. I know. You're not sure you believe it, but you know she needs to hear you say it. Thank you, Diana. For everything. Thank you for being brave enough to demand better. I wish my son had deserved you. After you hang up, you sit in Lisa's guest room, which is starting to feel less like a temporary refuge and more like a transitional space between versions of yourself, and think about Diana's advice. The idea of dating again, of trusting someone new, of being vulnerable enough to build a relationship seems impossible right now. Maybe it always will be. But for the first time since finding that receipt in Michael's jacket, you feel like there might be a future beyond this. Not with someone else necessarily, but a future nonetheless. A life that's yours, built on your terms, with no lies hidden in closet drawers or receipt pockets. Monday morning, 1 week after the anniversary party that destroyed your marriage, you wake up and realize you're not thinking about Michael. You're thinking about the apartment you're viewing at noon, the one with the bay windows and the small balcony. You're thinking about the haircut you're getting this afternoon, something dramatic and different. You're thinking about the life you're building, piece by piece, from the ruins of the life you lost. You're thinking about moving forward. And that, finally, feels like the beginning of something. 2 weeks post-explosion, your life has taken on a strange new rhythm. You've signed the lease on the apartment with the bay windows, a bright, third-floor space in a neighborhood you've always liked but never lived in. It's smaller than the house, naturally, but it feels like possibility rather than compromise. You've started packing your boxes at Lisa's, preparing for the move-in date next week, and the physical act of organizing belongings into keep, donate, and throw away feels metaphorical in the best way. The divorce proceedings are moving faster than you expected. Michael initially tried to fight, claiming through his lawyer that you were being vindictive, that the public humiliation warranted some consideration, that he deserved a chance to defend himself. Rebecca shut that down with prejudice, countering with your extensive documentation and the fact that public humiliation isn't a legal defense against documented infidelity and financial misconduct. He's grasping at straws, Rebecca tells you during a Wednesday afternoon meeting at her office. His lawyer knows it too. I bet money they settle within the month. He doesn't want this going to court where everything becomes public record all over again. Good. You sign the papers. She slides across the desk, responses to his initial contestations, formal requests for specific asset divisions. Your signature is steady. The faster this is over, the faster I can move on. How are you doing with that? The moving on part? Rebecca asks, and it's not a lawyer question, it's a human one. You've come to appreciate that about her. She's ruthlessly efficient in legal matters but maintains genuine care for her clients' well-being. Some days better than others, you admit. I'm not crying anymore, which feels like progress. Mostly I'm just angry. At him for doing this, at myself for not seeing it sooner, at the time I wasted. Anger's healthy. Anger gets things done. It's the grief-stricken paralysis you have to watch out for. She leans back in her chair. But from where I'm sitting, you're handling this better than 90% of betrayed spouses I've worked with. You're proactive, focused, not letting emotion derail the practical necessities. That's rare. I had a month to process before I blew everything up, you point out. I'd already moved through some of the stages before the party. Now I'm just done. Ready to be finished. That's valid too. Not everyone needs extended closure. Sometimes cutting clean is healthier. That evening, you meet your parents for dinner, a casual place near their house, the Italian restaurant where you've celebrated birthdays and graduations and normal life milestones. Your mother has been calling daily since the party, that particular brand of maternal worry that's equal parts loving and suffocating. You've dodged most of the calls, responding with texts, "I'm fine, Mom." Really? Just busy with the move. But you owe them a real conversation, so you agreed to dinner. Your father hugs you hard when you arrive. He's not a typically demonstrative man, engineer by training and temperament, but the hug lasts long enough that you know he's been more worried than he's let on. You look good, your mother says, studying your face as you sit down. Tired, but good. Better than I expected, honestly. What did you expect? Devastation. Crying Jags. Maybe a breakdown in aisle 5 of Target. She reaches across the table to squeeze your hand. Instead, your apartment hunting and signing legal documents and apparently thriving out of spite. Is that bad? No, sweetheart. It's very, very good. I'm just surprised. She sits back, accepts a menu from the waiter. When your father and I went through our rough patch, remember, honey, year 15, I was a mess for months. Couldn't function, couldn't think straight. You're operating at full capacity while dismantling your entire life. It's impressive. You'd forgotten about your parents' rough patch, actually. You'd been away at college, and they'd carefully kept most of it from you. You only found out years later that they'd almost divorced, that your father had developed an emotional affair with a colleague that nearly became physical before he ended it. How did you get past it, you ask? The betrayal? Your parents exchange a look, having one of those wordless married people conversations. Finally, your father speaks. Honestly, I'm not sure your mother ever fully got past it. We worked through it, went to counseling, rebuilt trust over years. But I think there's still a scar there. Maybe always will be. Your mother nods. He's right. I forgave him, chose to forgive him, but I didn't forget. Couldn't forget. It changed us. We're good now, solid, but we're different than we were before. The innocence of early marriage was gone. Do you regret staying? No, she says without hesitation. Your father did the work. He was genuinely remorseful, cut off all contact with the woman, was transparent about everything for years afterward. He earned his way back into my trust. But Catherine, she leans forward, not everyone deserves that chance. Some betrayals are too big, too calculated, too intentional. From what you've told us about Michael's affair, this wasn't a mistake or a moment of weakness. This was months of deliberate deception. That's different. I'm not giving him another chance, you say firmly. Even if he begged, which he is, I wouldn't. I can't trust him again. Don't want to trust him again. Then you're making the right choice, your father says. Trust is the foundation. Without it, you're just two people living separate lives under the same roof. That's no way to exist. The waiter arrives to take orders, providing a natural break in the heavy conversation. You order your usual, fettuccine alfredo, salad, glass of wine, and let the familiar ritual soothe you. This restaurant, these people, this version of normal feels like solid ground under your feet. Have you heard from him? Your mother asks once the waiter leaves. Michael? Constantly. Calls, texts, emails. Even tried to have David intercede on his behalf, which didn't go well. David told him to respect my boundaries and work through the lawyers like an adult. Good for David. What does Michael say in these messages? The usual. He's sorry, he never meant to hurt me, it was a mistake, he wants another chance, we can work through this. You shrug. Standard cheater playbook. He's not saying anything I haven't heard before or that changes the fundamental facts. Are you tempted at all? Your father asks. To talk to him, I mean. Get explanations? You consider this honestly? No. I thought I would be. I thought I'd need the big confrontation, the moment where he explains himself and I get to yell and cry and process. But I don't. I already know what happened. He met someone new and exciting, she made him feel young and desired, and he chose that feeling over his marriage. The specific details don't matter. The outcome is the same. Your mother looks sad but understanding. You're more mature about this than I would have been at your age. Hell, than I am now at my age. I don't feel mature. I feel empty. You pause, trying to articulate something you've been feeling but haven't put into words. It's like, I was so angry at first. Furious. That anger fueled everything, the investigation, the planning, the party. But now that it's done, now that everything's in motion, I just feel nothing. Neutral. Like I'm going through the motions of dismantling a life but not emotionally connected to any of it. That's shock, your father says gently. Emotional shock. Your brain protecting you from feeling too much all at once. It'll catch up to you eventually, probably when you least expect it. And when it does, you need to let yourself feel it. Don't push it down or try to stay strong through it. Just feel it and work through it. I'll try. You take a sip of wine. Honestly, right now I'm just focused on the practical stuff. Moving, finalizing the divorce, getting back to some version of normal. The emotions can wait. Fair enough, your mother says. But when they hit, call us. Day or night. We're here. The rest of dinner passes more easily, conversations shifting to lighter topics, your mother's garden, your father's latest project at work, mundane family gossip that feels blissfully uncomplicated. By the time you leave, you feel more grounded, reminded that even though your marriage failed, you still have people who love you unconditionally. Thursday brings unexpected drama. Ashley reaches out again. Not via text this time, but through your fake social media profile, the one you created to befriend her. You've mostly abandoned it since the party, but you check it out of curiosity and find a long message waiting. I know you're not who you said you were, it begins. I figured it out after the party. There's no Jennifer Martinez, is there? It was you, or someone helping you. I understand why you did it. I probably deserved it. But I need you to understand something, I never knew. He told me you were separated, that you hadn't been happy for years, that the marriage was over and everything but paperwork. He showed me texts that he said were from you agreeing to an amicable split. I believed him because why wouldn't I? People don't usually lie about something that big. You read this 3 times, feeling that familiar anger spark. He showed her fake texts. He constructed an entire false narrative complete with evidence. That's sociopathic levels of deception. The message continues, I'm not asking for forgiveness. I know I hurt you even if I didn't fully understand what I was doing. I just wanted you to know that I've quit my job, I'm moving back to Oregon next week, and I've blocked Michael's number. I'm done with him, done with this city, done with being the person who destroys someone else's marriage. I hope someday you can heal from this. I hope we both can. I'm so sorry. You sit with this message for a long time, debating whether to respond. Lisa finds you staring at your phone in the living room. What's wrong? Ashley messaged me. On the fake profile. She knows it was fake. You hand her the phone. Lisa reads, her expression shifting from surprise to anger to something like sympathy. Wow. He really played her. Fake texts. That's next level manipulation. I know. You take the phone back. Part of me wants to respond, to tell her I don't blame her entirely. But part of me thinks any contact just extends the drama. What does your gut say? My gut says. You pause, listening to instinct, that she deserves to know someone believes her. That she wasn't completely stupid for trusting him. That he's the villain here, not her. You type a response, I believe you. He's very good at lying. I lived with him for 10 years and didn't see it until I found evidence. You're not stupid or evil. You're just the other person he hurt. I hope Oregon is good to you. I hope you heal too. You send it before you can second guess, then delete the fake profile entirely. That chapter is closed. Friday afternoon, you're at your new apartment, officially yours as of this morning, directing movers and unpacking boxes when your phone rings. Unknown number. You almost don't answer, but curiosity wins. Catherine? It's Marcus. Marcus Brennan. From Michael's office. Michael's boss. This is unexpected. Hi, Marcus. How can I help you? I wanted to call personally to apologize. For what happened with Michael and Ashley. For not noticing sooner. For creating an environment where that kind of misconduct could flourish. He sounds genuinely distressed. The company takes these matters seriously, and we're conducting a full review of our policies and oversight procedures. That's good to hear. But you don't need to apologize to me. I don't work there. No, but our employees' actions caused you significant harm. And as his supervisor, I feel responsible. I should have noticed he was distracted, should have seen signs of inappropriate behavior. Marcus pauses. I also wanted you to know, we've terminated Michael's employment. The investigation concluded yesterday. Between the ethics violation, the power differential, and the failure to disclose the relationship, we had no choice. You sit down on a box labeled, kitchen, fragile, processing this. Michael's been fired. His career, something he worked hard for, took pride in, is gone. How did he take it, you ask, not because you care but because you're curious. Not well. There was yelling. Threats of legal action. Claims that his personal life shouldn't impact his employment. Marcus sighs. But policy is policy. We can't make exceptions, even for senior employees. Especially not for senior employees who should know better. Thank you for telling me. There's one more thing. We're also parting ways with Ashley, though in her case, it's a mutual separation with a severance package. She was the lower-level employee, and while she should have disclosed the relationship, we acknowledge she was put in a difficult position. Michael was her superior. The power dynamics complicate consent in ways we take seriously. This is more generous than Ashley probably deserves, but you appreciate the nuance. That seems fair. I hope you land on your feet, Catherine. For what it's worth, the few times I met you at company events, you struck me as smart and kind. Michael was lucky to have you. It's a shame he didn't realize that. After Marcus hangs up, you sit on your box-turn seat and stare at your empty living room. Michael fired. His career derailed. His reputation in the industry probably destroyed. These things have a way of getting around. On top of the divorce, the public humiliation, the loss of friendships and family respect. You wait for the satisfaction, the sense of vindication. It doesn't come. Instead, you just feel tired. This isn't victory, it's just the continued unraveling of a life that once existed. His suffering doesn't undo your pain. His consequences don't restore what was broken. But they are consequences. And maybe that's enough. Lisa arrives an hour later with wine and takeout, her contribution to your moving-in day. You tell her about Marcus's call. He got fired? Holy shit. She uncorks the wine, pours 2 generous glasses. That's big. I know. How do you feel about it? Honestly? Nothing. I thought I'd feel triumphant or satisfied or something. But I just feel done. Like this is all happening to someone else and I'm watching from a distance. That's the numbness your dad warned you about. The emotional shock. Lisa hands you a glass. It'll wear off eventually. And when it does, you're going to need to actually process all of this. But for now, numbness is a gift. It's letting you function. You clink glasses with her. To numbness, then. And new apartments. And fresh starts. To revenge well executed and lives well lived, Lisa adds. You did it, Catherine. You survived. You're surviving. You're going to be more than okay. You want to believe her. Sitting in your empty apartment with boxes stacked around you and a future that's completely undefined, you want desperately to believe that this is the hard part, that from here it gets easier, that survival eventually transforms into thriving. I hope so, you say. I really hope so. That night, alone in your new space for the first time, you lie on an air mattress. Your Real bed arrives tomorrow, and stare at unfamiliar shadows on an unfamiliar ceiling. Your phone sits silent on the floor beside you. No calls from Michael. No desperate texts. Maybe he's finally accepting that it's over. Maybe he's too devastated by losing his job to fight the divorce anymore. Maybe he's moved on to the next phase, acceptance and rebuilding. You should probably be doing the same. The practical rebuilding is happening, apartment secured, furniture being delivered, utilities transferred to your name. But the emotional rebuilding feels impossible right now. How do you trust again after this? How do you believe someone when they say they love you, that they're committed, that they'd never hurt you. Your phone buzzes. A text from Diana, thinking of you tonight. Hope the new place feels like home soon. You're stronger than you know. Proud of you. You respond, thank you. Means more than you know. Another buzz. Lisa, need anything? Can bring breakfast tomorrow. Or mimosas. Or both. Both sounds perfect. Slowly, you're building something new. Not a life identical to what you lost, that's gone forever, but something different. Something that's entirely yours. Built on truth instead of lies. On strength instead of naivety. On self-reliance instead of codependence. It's not the life you planned. But maybe, eventually, it can be a good life anyway. You fall asleep thinking about bay windows and fresh starts, about coffee in the morning and furniture deliveries and all the mundane details of building a life from scratch. And for the first time since finding that receipt in Michael's jacket pocket, you sleep through the entire night without waking once. 3 weeks after the party, the divorce proceedings reached their critical phase. You're sitting in Rebecca's office again, but this time Michael is in the building too, 3 floors down in a conference room with his lawyer, hammering out the final details of the settlement. You won't have to see him face to face, thank God. Rebecca is handling all direct negotiations. He's agreed to everything, Rebecca tells you, setting down her phone after a 20-minute call with his attorney. The house sells, you split proceeds 50-50. You keep your retirement accounts, he keeps his, or what's left of them after his company terminated his employment. Joint savings get divided equally. He pays for his own credit card debt, which includes all those romantic dinners and hotels with Ashley. What about the bracelet? You'd listed it in the asset disclosure, the gold bracelet with the diamond, a charm that he'd hidden in his drawer. He's surrendering it to you. Says it was purchased with joint funds, so technically it's marital property. You can keep it, sell it, whatever you want. The idea of owning jewelry Michael bought for another woman feels absurd, but you nod. I'll sell it. Donate the money to a women's shelter or something. That's generous. Rebecca makes a note. Everything else is straightforward. No alimony for either party since you both have income, or had income, in his case. No children, thank God, so no custody issues. This is as clean as divorces get. How long until it's final? In this state, mandatory waiting period is 90 days from when papers were filed. We filed 3 weeks ago, so you're looking at another 2 months minimum. But practically speaking, once he signs today, you're done. The rest is just bureaucratic waiting. 2 months. 60 more days until you're legally single again. It feels both impossibly long and surprisingly short. A decade of marriage, dissolved in 90 days of paperwork. Does he want anything from me, you ask? Any personal items, family photos, anything? Rebecca checks her notes. He requested some photos, digital copies of wedding pictures, honeymoon, that sort of thing. His lawyer says he wants to preserve memories of the good times. I told them that was rich considering he's the one who destroyed those good times, but legally he's entitled to copies of joint photos. Give them to him. I don't care. You've already backed up everything you want. The rest is just data. Anything else? He wanted to include a clause about non-disparagement. Basically, you'd agree not to publicly speak negatively about him or the circumstances of the divorce. Rebecca's smile is sharp. I told his lawyer to fuck off, in professional terms. You're not bound to silence. If people ask what happened, you're free to tell the truth. Thank you. However, and this is just strategic advice, I'd recommend you don't actively seek platforms to discuss this. No interviews, no blog posts, no social media deep dives into his failings. Not because you're legally obligated to stay quiet, but because moving on means moving on. Don't give him space in your life anymore, even as an antagonist in your story. This is wise counsel, and you know it. The revenge was satisfying, but dwelling on it forever would be prison of a different kind. Agreed. I'm not interested in making this my identity. Good. Then we're done here. He'll sign today, I'll file the signed agreement, and you're officially in waiting period territory. Rebecca stands, extends her hand across the desk. Congratulations, Catherine. You handled this with more grace and strength than most people manage. You should be proud. You shake her hand, feeling strange. Proud? Maybe. Relieved? Definitely. But also sad in a way you haven't let yourself fully feel yet. This is the legal end of a relationship that once meant everything. The bureaucratic dissolution of promises made in good faith. The formal acknowledgement that love, or what you thought was love, wasn't enough. Thank you, you manage. For everything. If you ever need legal help again, hopefully not for another divorce, you know where to find me. Rebecca walks you to the door. Take care of yourself. Do something nice today. Get a massage, buy expensive shoes, eat cake for dinner. Whatever helps you mark this moment. You leave the office and find yourself standing on the sidewalk outside the building, late October sun warm on your face despite the cool air. Somewhere 3 floors down, Michael is signing papers that end your marriage. You wonder if his hands shake. If he's sad or relieved or angry. If he thinks about the young couple in Diana's photos, so happy and naive and certain they'd figured out the secret to lasting love. Probably not. Michael has never been particularly introspective. Your phone rings. Lisa. Well? How'd it go? It's done. He agreed to everything. We're just waiting out the mandatory period now. That's great, right? You sound weird. I feel weird. I thought I'd feel more triumphant or vindicated or something. But I just feel empty. You start walking, no particular destination in mind. Is something wrong with me? Shouldn't I be celebrating? You're in mourning, Lisa says gently. Not for him, fuck him, but for what you thought you had. For the life you were building. That's a legitimate loss, Catherine. You get to grieve it. I don't want to grieve. I'm angry at him, not sad about losing him. Those aren't mutually exclusive. You can be furious about the betrayal and still mourn the death of your marriage. Both things can be true. You stop walking, find yourself in front of a cafe you've never noticed before. Can I call you back? I think I need to sit and process for a while. Of course. Love you. Call me tonight? Love you too. You order coffee and find a table by the window, watching people pass on the street outside. Normal people going about normal days, probably carrying their own secret heartbreaks and complications and private wars. You wonder how many of them are also sitting in cafes processing the end of relationships, the death of dreams, the brutal mathematics of starting over. Your phone buzzes with a text. Unknown number, Catherine, it's Michael. I know I'm supposed to go through lawyers, but I need to say something. I'm sorry. I know you don't believe me, but I am. I destroyed the best thing in my life because I was selfish and stupid, and I don't expect forgiveness, but I need you to know I regret everything. I hope someday you can be happy again. You deserve happiness. I'm so sorry I couldn't give it to you. You read it twice, waiting for some emotion to surface. Anger? Sadness? Vindication that he's suffering? But there's still just nothing. His apology is too late and too insufficient. Words don't undo actions. Regret doesn't reverse time. You delete the message without responding. Rebecca was right, engaging only extends the pain. Better to let it end cleanly, definitively, with legal signatures instead of emotional conversations that go nowhere. That evening, you're in your apartment, which is slowly becoming furnished and feeling less like a temporary space, when Diana calls. I heard from Michael's lawyer today, she says without preamble. The divorce is moving forward. I wanted to check on you. I'm okay. Surprisingly okay. Good. That's good. She's quiet for a moment. Catherine, can I ask you something? And please be honest. Of course. Do you hate him? Michael? You consider this carefully. No. I don't hate him. I'm angry, obviously. Hurt. Betrayed. But hate requires caring more than I'm capable of right now. He's just someone I used to love who turned out to be someone else entirely. A stranger wearing a familiar face. That's very mature. Is it? Or is it just emotional exhaustion? Diana laughs, but it's a sad sound. Maybe both. For what it's worth, I've been thinking a lot about where I failed as a mother. What I did that made him think this kind of behavior was acceptable. Diana, no. This isn't your fault. Intellectually, I know that. But emotionally? I keep replaying his childhood, his adolescence, looking for the moment I could have taught him better. Instilled stronger values. Made him understand that commitment means something. You didn't fail. He's a grown man who made choices. Bad choices, but his choices. You pause. Can I ask you something? Anything. Did you know? Before the party? Did you have any suspicion? Honestly? No. I'm as shocked as everyone else. But in hindsight, there were signs I ignored. He was happier than usual when we'd talk. I thought he was just doing well at work. He mentioned a new colleague who was really impressive. I thought he was praising someone's professional skills. I heard what I wanted to hear because the alternative was unthinkable. We all did that. I lived with him and missed it for months. That's his skill, isn't it? Making people see what he wants them to see. Compartmentalizing so effectively that each version of his life seems complete and authentic. Diana sighs. I've been angry at him, but I'm also heartbroken. For you, obviously, but also for him. He had everything: a beautiful wife, a good marriage, respect from family and friends, a solid career. And he traded it all for what? Some excitement? An ego boost? It's such a colossal waste. Maybe he didn't value it because he didn't have to work for it. Maybe I made it too easy. You say this quietly, voicing a thought you've been avoiding. Don't do that, Diana says firmly. Don't blame yourself for his failures. Being a good wife, loving, supportive, loyal, isn't the same as enabling betrayal. He should have valued what he had. That he didn't is his deficiency, not yours. After you hang up, you sit with Diana's words. It would be easy to spiral into self-blame, to catalog all the ways you could have been different, more exciting, more attentive, more whatever would have kept him faithful. But that's a trap. Michael didn't cheat because you were insufficient. He cheated because he chose to. Because Ashley represented novelty and excitement and an escape from the mundane realities of long-term commitment. Because he's fundamentally someone who, when faced with temptation and opportunity, chose the selfish path. That's about him. Not you. The next day, you do something you haven't done in months. You call your friend Sarah, one of the people you drifted away from over the years of marriage. Not intentionally, just the natural attrition that happens when you couple up and your social circle shrinks to other couples. Catherine. Oh my God, I heard about the party. I'm so sorry I couldn't be there. I was out of town for work. Are you okay? That sounded absolutely insane. Sarah's talking fast, the way she always does when she's excited or worried. It was insane. But I'm okay. Actually, I'm calling because I want to grab coffee. Catch up. It's been too long. Yes. Absolutely. When? How's tomorrow? You meet at a coffee shop in her neighborhood, neutral territory, a place with no memories of Michael or your marriage. Sarah arrives with the same boundless energy she's always had, pulling you into a hug that feels genuinely warm. Tell me everything, she demands once you're settled with drinks. And I mean everything. The internet rumors are wild. So you tell her. Not everything, some details are too private, too painful, but the broad strokes. The discovery, the investigation, the party, the aftermath. Sarah listens with widening eyes, occasionally interjecting with, "No," or, "He didn't," or, "What an absolute dickhead." "I always thought Michael was too smooth," she says when you finish. Like, charming in a way that felt practiced rather than genuine. "But I figured I was being judgmental. Clearly, I should have trusted my instincts. Clearly, I should have too." "Hey, don't do that. You're not stupid for trusting your husband. That's literally what marriage is supposed to be, trust without constant verification." Sarah takes a sip of her latte. "So what now? You're single, presumably ready to mingle at some point?" "God, no. The last thing I want is another relationship." "I didn't say relationship. I said mingle. When was the last time you went out? Like, out? Dancing, drinking, flirting, being young and hot? You try to remember. Before the wedding? Maybe? Unacceptable. We're going out. This weekend. No arguments." "Sarah, I don't know. This is happening. You need to remember who you were before Michael." Catherine, who was fun and spontaneous and didn't spend every Friday night doing married people activities like meal planning and watching home renovation shows. "I liked meal planning," you protest weakly. You liked the idea of meal planning because you were playing house with someone you thought was your forever person. But that's gone now. So we're going to dance and drink mediocre cocktails and remind you that life exists outside of marriage and divorce and revenge plots. Despite yourself, you laugh. Okay, fine. This weekend. Excellent. We're something that makes you feel hot. We're celebrating your freedom. Saturday night finds you in the back of an Uber with Sarah and two of her friends, Amy and Jen, women you've met briefly over the years but never really knew. They're welcoming and enthusiastic, already tipsy from pre-gaming at Sarah's apartment. To Catherine. Amy raises a flask. May her ex-husband step on Legos barefoot for the rest of his life. And may she find someone who actually deserves her, Jen adds. You take a sip from the flask, cheap vodka mixed with something citrus, and let the warmth spread through you. You're wearing a black dress Sarah insisted you buy specifically for tonight, something shorter and tighter than you'd normally wear. Your new haircut, a dramatic lob with subtle highlights, makes you look different. Younger, maybe. Or just different enough from married you that you can pretend to be someone else for the evening. The club is loud and crowded and overwhelming in a way that's almost refreshing. No one here knows about Michael or the party or your divorce. You're just another woman in a black dress, anonymous in the crowd. Sarah drags you to the dance floor immediately. No sitting and overthinking. Dancing first, thinking later. You dance. It feels forced at first, self-conscious, but the music is good and the energy is infectious, and gradually you stop thinking about how you look or who might be watching and just move. For the first time in weeks, maybe months, your mind goes quiet. There's just bass and rhythm and the physical sensation of your body in space. A man approaches, handsome in a generic way, mid-30s, confident smile. Can I buy you a drink? You almost say no automatically, but Sarah is nearby nodding encouragingly, so you say, sure. His name is Jason. He's an architect. He makes decent conversation over drinks at the bar, and he's clearly interested, body language angled toward you, eye contact maintained, the occasional light touch on your arm. Under different circumstances, maybe you'd be attracted. But you're not. You're just going through motions, remembering how this works, the dance of flirtation and potential. I should get back to my friends, you say after one drink. Can I get your number? Jason asks, hopeful. I'm not really in a place for that right now, you say honestly. But thank you for the drink. And the conversation. He looks disappointed but accepts it gracefully, and you return to your friends feeling nothing. No spark, no interest, no desire to explore where that could have gone. Not feeling it? Sarah asks, reading your expression. Not even a little bit. That's okay. Baby steps. Tonight isn't about finding someone new. It's just about remembering you're still alive and young and allowed to have fun. You stay out until 2 a.m., later than you've stayed out in years. You dance more, drink more, though not too much. You're carefully maintaining control, and let yourself exist in the moment without overthinking. By the time you get home to your apartment, your feet hurt and your ears are ringing and you're exhausted in a way that feels cleansing. You shower, washing off makeup and sweat and the smell of club smoke, and climb into bed feeling something you haven't felt in a long time, like yourself. Not Michael's wife. Not the betrayed woman. Not the revenge architect. Just Catherine. Whoever that is now. Your phone has several texts from the evening. One from Lisa, "How was girls' night? Did you have fun?" One from your mother, "Hope you're having a good evening, sweetheart. Love you." And one from Michael, sent 3 hours ago, "Saw on Sarah's Instagram that you were out. Glad you're doing okay. You deserve to be happy." You stare at that last message for a long time. He's still checking on you, still monitoring your life through social media, still inserting himself into your narrative even as he claims to want you to move on. You block his number. Should have done it weeks ago, but you do it now. One more tie severed. One more door closed. Then you delete the message, plug in your phone, and fall asleep thinking about dancing and new haircuts and the strange, terrifying freedom of starting completely over. 6 weeks after the party, Halloween arrives with a cold snap that feels appropriate for the death of your old life. You spend the evening in your apartment, ignoring trick-or-treaters. Your building doesn't get many anyway, and going through the last boxes from the house. Things you packed hastily that first week and haven't had the emotional energy to sort through since. One box is full of cards. Birthday cards Michael gave you over the years, anniversary cards, random, just because, notes he'd leave on the kitchen counter during the early years when romance came easily. You read through them chronologically, watching the messages evolve from earnest declarations of love to briefer, more perfunctory sentiments. By year 8, the cards are generic, store-bought messages with just his signature, no personal additions. By year 9, some years don't have cards at all. The deterioration was so gradual you didn't notice it happening. Like watching yourself age in the mirror, you see yourself daily, so the changes are invisible until you compare a current photo to one from 10 years ago and realize how much has shifted. You throw the cards away. All of them. Even the early ones with the sweet messages, because they're tainted now by the knowledge of how the story ends. They're not treasured memories anymore, they're evidence of a beginning that contained the seeds of its own destruction. Another box contains wedding gifts that never quite found homes in the house. Fancy serving platters you never used because everyday meals don't require that level of presentation. Crystal champagne flutes meant for celebrations that became increasingly rare. A cookbook from Michael's colleague, one of the women from that office where Ashley worked, you realize now, someone who attended your wedding with a genuine smile and a thoughtful gift, never imagining her workplace would become the setting for your marriage's dissolution. You make a donation pile. These objects belong to a different version of your life. They don't fit in this smaller, stripped-down existence you're building. At the bottom of one box, you find your wedding album. The professional one, leather-bound, expensive, full of perfectly captured moments from what was supposed to be the beginning of forever. You haven't looked at it since the anniversary party slideshow, which used many of these same images. You open it slowly, like it might explode. There you are, 25 years old, wearing a dress that cost more than your first car, holding a bouquet of peonies that were slightly wilted by the ceremony because the florist ran late. Michael beside you in his tuxedo, looking so happy it seems impossible that person could become the man who systematically betrayed you. Both of you young and optimistic and absolutely certain you'd figured out something important. You were so stupid. Both of you, but especially you, for believing love was enough. For thinking good intentions and genuine feelings could overcome the basic reality that people change, priorities shift, and promises made in good faith can still be broken. The album is beautiful. The photographer was talented. Every shot is artfully composed, the lighting perfect, the moments captured with emotional precision. It's a gorgeous documentation of the biggest mistake of your life. You close the album and add it to the donation pile. Someone getting married on a budget can buy it at a thrift store, remove your pictures, and fill it with their own. Maybe their marriage will last. Maybe they'll be smarter or luckier or more committed than you were. Your doorbell rings, unexpected. It's 9 p.m., too late for delivery services. You check the peephole cautiously and find David standing in the hallway holding a paper bag. "I come bearing gifts," he says when you open the door. "Lisa said you were spending Halloween alone going through boxes," which sounded depressing, "so I brought ice cream and whiskey." Your choice of coping mechanism. Both, you decide. Definitely both. David settles on your couch while you grab bowls and glasses. He's been a good friend through all of this, steady, supportive, navigating the complicated position of being both Michael's longtime friend and your ally. It can't be easy. "How are you holding up?" he asks, accepting a bowl of mint chocolate chip. "Depends on the day. Today I'm..." You search for the right word, melancholy. "Tomorrow I might be angry again." It rotates. That's normal. Grief isn't linear. He takes a bite of ice cream. "For what it's worth, I drove past the old house yesterday. There's a for sale sign up." Already? The realtor said it would be at least another week. Guess Michael's eager to move things along. Can't blame him, probably can't afford the mortgage without his job, and I doubt he wants to keep living in a house full of memories of what he destroyed. You sip your whiskey. Have you talked to him lately? Once, maybe 2 weeks ago. He's not doing well. Living in a shitty apartment on the edge of town, job hunting without much success. Turns out getting fired for an ethics violation makes you less marketable. His mom's barely speaking to him. Most of our mutual friends have sided with you or just distanced themselves from both of you. Good. You don't feel guilty about this. He earned every consequence. Agreed. But Catherine, can I ask you something? Sure. Do you ever think about what would have happened if you'd confronted him privately instead of doing the party? If you'd given him a chance to explain, maybe tried counseling? You've thought about this, actually. Late at night when sleep won't come, you run alternate scenarios. Honestly, I think he would have lied more. He would have minimized, made excuses, promised to end it with Ashley while finding sneakier ways to continue. He only stopped because I made it impossible to continue. Because I burned down both his lives simultaneously. You're probably right. David sets down his ice cream bowl. I've known Michael since we were 18. We were roommates freshman year, went through college together, stood up at each other's weddings. And I've been thinking a lot lately about whether I ever really knew him. Because the Michael I thought I knew wouldn't do what he did. Which means either he changed, or I never saw him clearly in the first place. Maybe both, you suggest. Maybe people contain versions of themselves, and which version dominates depends on circumstances. The Michael you knew was the college buddy, the loyal friend, the version of him that existed in your specific dynamic. I knew husband Michael. Ashley knew affair Michael. His mother knows son Michael. We each got different facets. That's a generous interpretation. I'm trying to understand, not excuse. Understanding helps me make sense of it. Excusing would mean forgiving, which I'm not interested in. David pours you both more whiskey. Lisa says you went out last weekend. Dancing. That you're starting to rebuild a social life. Trying to. It feels forced right now, like I'm performing normal single woman without actually feeling it. But I figure if I go through the motions long enough, eventually it'll feel authentic. Fake it till you make it? Something like that. You swirl the whiskey in your glass, watching the amber liquid catch the light. I'm also thinking about changing jobs. My current firm is fine, but everyone there knows about the divorce. I want a fresh start somewhere people don't look at me with pity or curiosity. What kind of work are you looking for? Something different. Maybe nonprofit instead of corporate marketing. Something that feels meaningful instead of just paying bills. I've spent 10 years building a life around Michael's career, his needs, his schedule. Time to figure out what I actually want. That's healthy. David leans back against the couch. Can I be honest about something? Please. I'm proud of how you're handling this. I've seen people go through bad divorces. My sister's took 3 years and left everyone involved traumatized. You could have dragged this out, made it as painful as possible for Michael, spent years in legal battles. Instead, you made your point decisively and then moved on. That takes strength. Or maybe I'm just too exhausted to fight anymore. Either way, it's working. You're healing. Slowly, maybe, but you're moving forward. That's more than a lot of people can say. After David leaves around 11, you finish going through the remaining boxes. Most of it goes to donation or trash. You're ruthless now, keeping only what's necessary or genuinely meaningful. A photo of your parents from your wedding. Diana's gift of the unseen wedding photos. Those feel important somehow, evidence that goodness existed even if it didn't last. A few books you'd forgotten you owned. Everything else can go. By midnight, your apartment is cleaner, more organized, more intentionally yours. You've purged the last physical remnants of your marriage except for the things that would be impractical to replace: furniture, kitchen equipment, basic necessities. But the sentimental clutter is gone. You pour one more small glass of whiskey and stand at your bay windows looking out at the city. Somewhere out there, Michael is in his shitty apartment having his own Halloween, probably also alone, also reflecting on how drastically life has changed. You wonder if he's thinking about you. If he's mourning the marriage or just mourning the consequences of losing it. You wonder if you care. The answer is murky. You don't love him anymore, that's clear. But you don't purely hate him either. Mostly you feel nothing. He's a person who used to be central to your life and is now peripheral to the point of irrelevance. In another few months, once the divorce is final and the house is sold and you never have to think about shared assets again, he'll be even less than that. Just a name in your history. A chapter you closed. Your phone buzzes. A text from an unknown number. Hi Catherine, this is James. Michael's brother. I hope it's okay that I'm reaching out. Just wanted to say I'm sorry for what my brother did. You deserved better. If you ever need anything, I'm here. Sandra sends her love too. This is unexpected. James had been notably silent since the party. You'd assumed he was either embarrassed or conflicted about choosing sides. The text is brief but kind, and you appreciate the acknowledgement. You respond, "Thank you, James. That means a lot. Please tell Sandra I said thank you too." His response comes quickly, "Will do." For what it's worth, I told Michael he's an idiot. He had everything and threw it away. Some of us don't get that lucky in the first place. You remember now that James and Sandra struggled with infertility for years before adopting their daughter. They fought hard for their family, weathered storms that would have broken weaker couples. They understand the value of commitment in a way Michael apparently never did. You're a good brother, you type. Even when he doesn't deserve it. Family's complicated. Love you both, but I'm not blind to who was wrong here. You set your phone down feeling slightly warmer toward humanity. Not everyone is choosing sides or distancing themselves. Some people are just trying to navigate complicated loyalties while still acknowledging truth. November arrives with a cold rain that matches your mood. The divorce waiting period is halfway over, 45 days down, 45 to go. The house has multiple offers, the realtor reports, and will likely sell above asking price. The market is good right now, at least, which means you'll walk away with a decent financial cushion for your fresh start. You've been applying for new jobs, mostly at nonprofits focused on causes you care about: women's advocacy, education access, environmental conservation. The work won't pay as well as corporate marketing, but your needs are simpler now. A smaller apartment means lower rent. No spouse means no joint expenses, no compromising on purchases, no financial entanglement with someone else's choices. You get a call back from an environmental nonprofit on a Tuesday afternoon. The director, a woman named Patricia, different Patricia than your old boss, sounds energetic and passionate about their mission. Your resume is impressive, she says. Corporate experience, clear results, solid references. But I have to ask, why the shift to nonprofit? And why now? You decide on honesty. I'm coming out of a divorce. I've spent the past decade building a life around someone else's priorities and career. Now I'm figuring out what I actually care about, what kind of work feels meaningful to me. Your organization's mission resonates. I want to spend my energy on something that matters. Patricia is quiet for a moment. I appreciate that honesty. And I'm sorry about your divorce. When can you come in for an in-person interview? Whenever works for you. Thursday at 2? Perfect. You hang up feeling something like hope. Maybe this is how you rebuild, not by trying to recreate what you lost, but by creating something entirely new. A career that fulfills you. A life that's yours alone. An identity not defined by relationship status or marital history. That evening, Lisa calls with news. Ashley moved back to Oregon. She posted on social media, looks like she's living with her parents, got a dog, seems to be doing okay. Good for her. You mean it sincerely. Ashley was a casualty too, just a different kind. Also, and I debated whether to tell you this, Michael's seeing someone new. David heard from a mutual friend. Some woman he met at a bar. It's been like a month, apparently. This should hurt. Should feel like a slap, evidence that you were replaceable, that he's moved on while you're still sorting through boxes and learning how to be single. But instead, you feel relief? Good, you say. He's someone else's problem now. You're not upset? Why would I be? If he's focused on someone new, he'll stop texting me apologies I don't want. He'll move on with his life, and I can move on with mine without his guilt trips bleeding into my phone. That's very mature. Or very emotionally exhausted. Hard to tell the difference. You switch the phone to your other ear. Did David say anything else? Just that the woman seems young, late 20s, maybe, and that Michael's apparently learned nothing from the Ashley situation. He's doing the same thing, pursuing someone younger, probably feeding her lines about how mature she is, how different she is from his ex-wife who didn't understand him. So she'll be the next Ashley, and in a year or two, she'll be the next me. You find this circular tragedy almost funny. He's going to keep doing this, isn't he? Finding young women who think they're special, then moving on when the novelty wears off or the relationship requires actual work. Probably. Cheaters rarely change without serious intervention and self-reflection. Michael doesn't strike me as the self-reflective type. No, you agree. He's more the type to externalize blame and move on to the next thing that makes him feel good about himself. After you hang up, you think about Michael's new girlfriend, whoever she is. You should probably feel competitive or jealous or wounded. Instead, you feel sorry for her. She doesn't know yet what she signed up for. Doesn't know that charming Michael comes with lying Michael, that romantic gestures eventually give way to strategic deception, that being special only lasts until the next woman makes him feel even more special. Maybe she'll be luckier than you. Maybe she'll see the signs earlier. Or maybe she'll be another cautionary tale, another woman learning the hard way that some people aren't capable of the commitment they promise. Either way, it's not your problem anymore. You open your laptop and start working on a cover letter for the nonprofit position. This is your focus now, building forward, not looking backward. Creating a life that doesn't depend on anyone else's choices. Becoming someone who exists fully on her own terms. It's hard work, this rebuilding. Harder than you expected. But for the first time since finding that receipt in Michael's pocket, you feel like you're working towards something instead of just running away from pain. And that, maybe, is progress. Thanksgiving arrives with unexpected complications. Your parents want you to come home for the holiday, but Michael's mother will be there. She's been invited to your family's celebration for years, a tradition that predates the divorce. Your mother calls to discuss. Diana's more your family than his at this point, your mother says. She's made her position very clear. But if her being here makes you uncomfortable, I'll uninvite her. You're my priority. Don't uninvite her. I like Diana. None of this is her fault. You're folding laundry while you talk, performing the mundane tasks of solitary life. Besides, I can't avoid everyone connected to Michael forever. That's not sustainable. Are you sure? It's only been 2 months since the party. I'm sure. It'll be fine. It's not completely fine. Thanksgiving dinner is awkward in that particular way family gatherings become when everyone's trying very hard to act normal while actively avoiding certain topics. Your uncle makes a joke about you being back on the market, immediately regrets it based on the silence that follows, and tries to recover by changing the subject to football. Your cousin asks if you're doing okay, with such exaggerated concern that it's almost comical. But Diana is perfect. She treats you exactly the same as always, warm, maternal, interested in your life without being intrusive. Over pie, she pulls you aside. I heard Michael's seeing someone new. I heard that too. I want you to know, I haven't met her, and I don't plan to. As far as I'm concerned, until he proves he's capable of treating a partner with respect and fidelity, I'm not investing in his romantic life. Diana's expression is firm. You were my daughter-in-law for 10 years. You're still family to me. He's going to have to work very hard to earn back my trust, and dating someone new a month after his marriage imploded is not the way to do it. Diana, you don't have to choose. I'm not choosing. I'm just being clear about my standards. Michael needs to understand that actions have consequences, and one consequence of his behavior is that the people who love him are profoundly disappointed. She squeezes your hand. How are you really doing? Beyond the polite answers you give everyone else? You consider lying, but Diana deserves honesty. Some days I'm fine. Genuinely fine. I'm excited about my new apartment, about job prospects, about having my own life. Other days I'm furious all over again, angry that he wasted 10 years of my life, angry that I have to rebuild from scratch, angry that he gets to move on like nothing happened while I'm still processing. Both of those are valid. And some days, this is the part one don't tell anyone, I miss him. Not the real him, but the version of him I thought I married. The person who didn't exist but who I loved anyway. I miss being married, miss having a partner, miss the simple comfort of not being alone. Diana nods slowly. That's grief. You're mourning a fantasy, and that's legitimate. The life you thought you had was real to you, even if it was built on lies. You get to miss it while simultaneously being glad it's over. How do you handle it? With your own divorce, I mean. You know Diana's first marriage ended badly, years before she met Michael's father, but she rarely discusses it. Time, mostly. And therapy. And eventually accepting that some questions don't have satisfying answers. She refills both your wine glasses. My first husband cheated too. Left me for his secretary, yes, it was that cliché. I spent years trying to understand why I wasn't enough, what I could have done differently. Eventually, I realized those were the wrong questions. The right question was, why did I deserve someone who could betray me that easily? Answer, I didn't. Once I accepted that his actions reflected his character, not my worth, I could start healing. I'm trying to get there. You will. You're stronger than you think, Catherine. I've watched you handle this with more grace than most people could manage. That party, she pauses, smiles slightly, that took courage. Vindictive courage, perhaps, but courage nonetheless. You laughed despite yourself. You think it was vindictive? Oh, absolutely. But justified vindictiveness. There's a difference. Diana's smile fades into something more serious. And between us? I'm glad you did it. If you'd handled it privately, Michael would have controlled the narrative. He would have told everyone the marriage just didn't work out, that you grew apart, some sanitized version that protected his reputation. Instead, everyone knows exactly what he did. That's accountability. The rest of Thanksgiving passes more easily. You help your mother with dishes, play cards with your cousins, and manage to laugh at your uncle's terrible jokes. By the time you drive back to your apartment that evening, you feel lighter. Family isn't just the people you marry, it's also the people who stay when marriage fails. The following week brings your second interview with the environmental nonprofit. Patricia gives you a tour of their office, a renovated warehouse space with exposed brick and plants everywhere, staffed by people who seem genuinely passionate about their work. The energy is completely different from your corporate marketing job, where everyone was professional but slightly dead behind the eyes. "We can't match your current salary," Patricia admits during the final part of the interview. "But we offer flexible scheduling, unlimited PTO as long as work gets done, and the intangible benefit of not selling your soul to increase shareholder value. When can I start?" She laughs. "I like you. How's 2 weeks? Gives you time to give notice at your current job." "Perfect." You give notice the next day. Your boss at the corporate firm is understanding. She'd heard about your divorce through the office grapevine and probably isn't surprised you're making major life changes. Your coworkers throw you a small going-away lunch where everyone wishes you well and promises to stay in touch. Promises you all know won't be kept but that feel nice anyway. December arrives with early snow and a sense of things accelerating toward completion. The house sells, above asking price, just as the realtor predicted. After the mortgage is paid off and closing costs are covered, your half comes to nearly $80,000. It's surreal, receiving a check that represents the liquidated remains of your marital home, but it's also liberating. Financial security means options. Breathing room. Your lawyer calls with an update. The divorce will be final on January 7th. Exactly 90 days from filing. Michael signed everything, no contests, no last-minute complications. On January 7th, you'll officially be single again. How do I feel about that? You wonder aloud. However you want to feel about it, Rebecca replies. There's no right way to process this. But legally, you're done. Clean break, fresh start. You handled this better than 99% of people going through similar situations. The week before Christmas, you host your first dinner party in the new apartment. Just Lisa and David, Sarah and her boyfriend, and your parents. Nothing fancy, homemade lasagna, salad, cheap wine, but it's yours. Your space, your guest list, your terms. Look at you, Lisa says, helping you set the table. Hosting. Rebuilding a social life. Being an actual person instead of a revenge-obsessed divorce ghost. I was never revenge-obsessed. You literally spent a month plotting an elaborate public exposure plot that became legendary in our social circle. Okay, fair. But I'm reformed now. I'm going to be one of those people who gets really into hiking or pottery or something equally cliché for women going through major life transitions. Please choose hiking. I'll do it with you. I will not, under any circumstances, spend my weekends watching you make ugly bowls. Your mother finds you in the kitchen during dinner, pulling garlic bread from the oven. You seem happy. Actually happy, not performing happy. I think I am. It's weird. I spent so long being angry or hurt or numb, and now I'm just, okay. Better than okay, even. That's healing, sweetheart. That's what it looks like. She helps you arrange the bread in a basket. I'm proud of you. For surviving this. For not letting it destroy you. I had help. You, Dad, Diana, Lisa, I couldn't have done this alone. Maybe. But ultimately, you're the one who had to choose to keep moving forward. To not get stuck in bitterness or victimhood. That was all you. After everyone leaves and you're alone in your apartment cleaning up, you allow yourself to feel it, this strange, tentative happiness. It's not the uncomplicated joy of your early 20s, before marriage and betrayal and divorce taught you about impermanence and pain. It's something quieter, more hard-won. The satisfaction of having survived something that should have destroyed you and finding that you're still intact on the other side. Your phone buzzes. A text from an unknown number. Catherine, this is Michael. I know you blocked me, but I wanted to reach out through a different number. I've been thinking about you as we get close to the divorce being final. I hope you're doing well. I hope you found some peace. I know I don't deserve your forgiveness, but I wanted you to know that I'm sorry. Truly, deeply sorry. I'm working on myself, therapy, trying to understand why I did what I did. You deserved better. I hope someday you can believe that it wasn't about you, it was about my own failures and weaknesses. I'm sorry for everything. I hope you have a good life. You deserve all the happiness in the world. You read it 3 times. Waiting for some emotional response, anger, sadness, vindication. Nothing comes. His apology is too late and ultimately irrelevant. Whether he's genuinely remorseful or just performing remorse because it makes him feel better about himself doesn't matter anymore. His internal journey is no longer your concern. You don't respond. Instead, you block this number too, and make a mental note to change your number entirely after the new year. Complete severance. No more opportunities for him to insert himself into your life with his guilt and apologies. You finish cleaning, pour yourself a glass of wine, and settle on your couch with a book you've been meaning to read for months. The apartment is quiet but not lonely. Your space. Your life. Your choices. Outside, snow falls steadily, blanketing the city in white. Clean slate. Fresh start. All those metaphors about winter and renewal that feel trite until you're living them. Christmas Eve finds you at midnight mass with your parents, something you haven't done since childhood, but the ritual feels appropriate. The church is beautiful with candlelight and evergreens, the service familiar even though you've forgotten most of the responses. During the homily, the priest talks about forgiveness and new beginnings, about how the Christmas story is fundamentally about hope and darkness, about light returning even to the longest nights. You're not religious, haven't been in years, but something about the message resonates. You've been in darkness. The longest night of discovering betrayal, processing pain, dismantling a life. Maybe now you're allowed to believe in your own kind of renewal. Not religious redemption, but the simple, stubborn persistence of hope. After the service, standing in the cold outside the church, your mother links her arm through yours. What are you thinking about? New beginnings. Whether I actually believe in them or if I'm just pretending until I convince myself. Does it matter which? If the end result is the same? I guess not. Christmas Day is quiet and pleasant, gifts exchanged, food prepared and eaten, old movies watched. Diana joins via video call from her home, cheerful and warm, treating you exactly as she always has. She asks about your new job, your apartment, your plans for the new year. She doesn't mention Michael once. The week between Christmas and New Year's has always felt suspended, that strange liminal time when the old year is dying but the new one hasn't quite begun. You spend it doing administrative tasks, changing your mailing address officially, updating insurance information, organizing paperwork for tax season, all the mundane details of becoming legally single again. You also spend time thinking about who you want to be in this next chapter. Not wife. Not divorcee. Not the woman defined by what happened to her. Just Catherine. 35 years old, starting over, figuring out what matters now that the slate's been wiped clean. On New Year's Eve, Sarah throws a party. You almost don't go, parties feel performative, forced cheer doesn't appeal, but at the last minute, you change your mind. You put on a dress, do your makeup, and show up at Sarah's apartment at 10 p.m. The party is crowded and loud and chaotic in that particularly millennial way. Craft cocktails, a playlist of nostalgic early 2000s hits, people half talking and half shouting to be heard over music. You know maybe a third of the people here, which is oddly freeing. You can be anyone to these strangers. At 11:30, Sarah finds you on the balcony where you've escaped for air. You okay? Yeah. Just needed a minute. Big year coming up. Divorce finalized in a week. New job starting. Fresh start. Terrifying fresh start, you correct. I have no idea what I'm doing, Sarah. I'm just making it up as I go. Isn't everyone? She hands you a fresh drink. The secret is that nobody actually knows what they're doing. We're all just pretending and hoping it works out. That's not reassuring. It's not meant to be reassuring. It's meant to be honest. She leans against the balcony railing. But here's what I know, you survived something that breaks a lot of people. You didn't just survive, you handled it with strength and strategy and a level of controlled chaos that was honestly impressive to witness. If you can navigate that, you can navigate anything. At midnight, everyone crowds into Sarah's living room for the countdown. The energy is infectious, people genuinely excited about the symbolic turning of a calendar, about the illusion of fresh starts and new possibilities. You join the countdown, and when everyone cheers at midnight, you find yourself cheering too. Happy New Year. Sarah hugs you. This is your year, Catherine. I can feel it. You want to believe her. Standing in a room full of semi-strangers and good friends, champagne in hand, snow falling outside the windows, you want desperately to believe that the hardest part is over. That what comes next is better. Maybe belief starts with wanting. Maybe hope is just the decision to keep moving forward even when you're not sure where you're going. Happy New Year, you echo. And this time, you mean it. January 7th arrives cold and clear, the kind of winter day where everything feels sharp and defined. You wake early in your apartment, make coffee in the kitchen that's finally organized the way you want it, and check your phone. An email from Rebecca, sent at midnight, final divorce decree signed by the judge. Effective immediately. Congratulations on your fresh start. Just like that, you're divorced. Unmarried. Single. After 10 years of being someone's wife, you're legally just yourself again. The certificate will arrive in the mail within a week, official documentation of an ending, but the reality is already true. Your marriage is over. Michael is your ex-husband. That entire chapter of your life is finished. You sit at your small kitchen table with your coffee and wait to feel something dramatic. Relief? Sadness? The culmination of months of processing should warrant some kind of emotional crescendo. But you just feel calm. Like you've been walking uphill for months and finally reached the summit, and now you can just breathe. Your phone buzzes. Lisa, I saw Rebecca's email. How are you feeling? You type, weirdly okay. Like I closed a book I'd already finished reading. Want company? I can bring bagels. That would be nice. Lisa arrives 30 minutes later with bagels, cream cheese, and mimosa supplies. Breakfast of divorced champions, she announces, unpacking bags in your kitchen. We're celebrating your freedom. Is it weird that it doesn't feel like freedom yet? Just feels like conclusion. That's because you did most of your processing before the legal finality. You've been divorced emotionally for months. This is just paperwork catching up to reality. Lisa pops the champagne, pours 2 glasses of orange juice, adds generous splashes of bubbly. But we're still celebrating. You survived. You rebuilt. You're about to start a job you actually care about. These are victories worth acknowledging. You clink glasses with her. To surviving. To thriving, Lisa corrects. You're past surviving. You're building a life now. Over bagels and mimosas, you talk about the future in concrete terms instead of vague hopes. Your new job starts Monday, just 3 days away. You're nervous but excited, ready for work that feels meaningful instead of just lucrative. You've signed up for a hiking group that meets Saturday mornings. Sarah's influence, combined with your desire to do something physical and social that has nothing to do with your old married life. You're even considering adopting a cat, though you haven't fully committed to that idea yet. A cat? Lisa looks delighted. You always said Michael was allergic. He said he was allergic. I'm starting to question whether that was even true or just another lie to avoid something I wanted. You spread cream cheese on a bagel with more force than necessary. He lied about so many things, big and small, that I don't even know what was real anymore. Does it matter at this point? He's gone. His lies don't have power over you anymore. You're right. It's just. I keep discovering new ways his deception shaped our life together, and it makes me angry all over again. That's valid. But don't let his past lies steal your present peace. You've earned this calm. Don't give him the satisfaction of still disrupting your life. Your mother calls mid-morning to check in. How are you feeling, sweetheart? Good, actually. Lisa's here. We're having celebratory mimosas and talking about the future. That sounds perfect. Your father and I are proud of you. I know this year was hell, but you handled it with such strength. I didn't always feel strong. Nobody feels strong while they're going through it. Strength is only visible in hindsight. Your mother pauses. Diana called me this morning. She wanted to know if you were okay today. She's thinking of you. That's kind of her. She loves you, Catherine. That doesn't stop just because the marriage did. She asked me to tell you that you're always welcome at her house, if you're ever in her area. She considers you family regardless of legal status. After your mother hangs up, you think about Diana's message. It's generous and unexpected and makes your eyes sting with tears you didn't know were close to the surface. You've lost a husband but kept a mother-in-law. It's a strange arithmetic, but you'll take it. The weekend passes in a pleasant blur of preparation and distraction. You organize your work wardrobe, review materials the nonprofits sent about their current campaigns, and try not to obsess over first-day anxieties. Saturday morning, you attend your first hiking group meetup, 8 people ranging from mid-20s to late 50s, all friendly and welcoming. The hike itself is moderate, 3 miles through a state park, and the physical exertion combined with casual conversation feels therapeutic. What brings you to the group? Asks a woman named Kelly, maybe 40, with impressive calf muscles and infectious energy. Fresh start, you say, which is true without being overshare level honest. Wanted to try something new. I joined after my divorce 2 years ago, Kelly offers unprompted. Needed something that was just mine, you know? Something my ex couldn't ruin because he wasn't part of it. How's that working out? Really well. I've hiked probably 50 trails since joining. Met some great people. Remembered I'm more than just someone's ex-wife. She glances at you. You've got that look, the recently divorced look. Am I right? Finalized 3 days ago. Congratulations. The first year is the hardest, but you'll get through it. And hey, hiking helps. Can't dwell on your ex-husband when you're climbing a mountain and focusing on not falling off a cliff. Sunday evening, you do something you've been avoiding. You look at Michael's social media. You'd blocked him everywhere after the divorce papers were filed, but curiosity gets the better of you. You create a dummy account, just to look, you tell yourself, not to interact, and navigate to his profile. He looks fine. Not devastated, not destroyed. Just fine. His profile picture is recent, maybe taken in the past month. He's smiling, looking relaxed, and you realize with a jolt that the woman next to him, partially cropped out, but visible, must be the new girlfriend. She's young and pretty and looks at him with the same adoring expression you probably once wore. The same expression Ashley wore. The pattern repeating. His recent posts are carefully curated positivity, quotes about growth and second chances, a photo of a sunset captioned, "New Beginnings," a check-in at a restaurant you've never heard of. He's performing recovery, demonstrating to anyone watching that he's fine, he's moved on, he's learned and grown. You don't believe it for a second. People don't fundamentally change in 3 months. Michael is still Michael, charming, selfish, capable of impressive deception. He's just found a new audience for his performance. You close the dummy account and delete it entirely. That chapter is closed. His life, his choices, his eventual pattern of betrayal with this new woman, none of it is your concern anymore. Monday morning, you start your new job. The nonprofit office is bustling with people preparing for a campaign launch, and Patricia greets you with genuine enthusiasm. Welcome. Let me introduce you to the team. The day passes in a blur of names and faces and information. Your role is communications coordinator, managing social media, writing press releases, crafting messaging for various campaigns. It's similar enough to your corporate job that you feel competent, different enough that it feels fresh. And the mission, environmental conservation, climate activism, protecting natural spaces, feels important in a way selling products never did. At lunch, you eat with 3 coworkers in the office break room. They ask the standard getting to know you questions, and you navigate them carefully. Where are you from? Local. Where did you work before? Corporate marketing firm. What brings you to nonprofit work? Wanted something more meaningful. Nobody asks if you're married. Nobody mentions divorce. To these people, you're just Catherine, the new communications coordinator, a clean slate with no complicated history. That evening, exhausted but satisfied, you return to your apartment and collapse on the couch. Your phone has messages from Lisa asking how the first day went, from your mother checking in, from Sarah sending encouragement. You respond to each, then sit in the quiet of your apartment and let yourself feel it. You're okay. More than okay. You're building something real and sustainable. A life that's entirely yours. The weeks that follow develop their own rhythm. Work, hiking on Saturdays, occasional dinners with friends, quiet evenings in your apartment reading or watching movies or just existing in peace. You adopt a cat after all, a 3-year-old tabby from the local shelter named Muffin, which is a terrible name but she responds to it so you keep it. Muffin is independent and affectionate in equal measure, exactly the right amount of company. February brings an unexpected email from Ashley. Subject line, I don't expect a response. Catherine, I hope you're doing well. I'm back in Oregon, living with my parents temporarily while I figure out my next steps. I started therapy to work through everything that happened. My therapist suggested I write you a letter, not to send necessarily, but to process my own guilt and shame. I'm sending it anyway because I think you deserve to hear this from me directly. I'm sorry. I was naive and selfish and I let myself believe a version of reality that was convenient rather than true. I should have questioned Michael more, should have demanded to meet you, should have recognized the red flags. I didn't, and you paid the price for my willful ignorance. I hope you found peace. I hope you're healing. I hope someday you can forgive me, but I understand if you can't. I'm working on forgiving myself, which is harder than I expected. Thank you for the message you sent months ago, telling me you believed me. That meant more than you probably realize. Wishing you all the best, Ashley. You read the email twice, then file it away without responding. Ashley is working through her own process, and that's good for her. But you're not responsible for her healing, just as she's not responsible for yours. The email feels like closure she needed to send rather than closure you needed to receive. March arrives with the first hints of spring. Your hiking group tackles a challenging trail, and you discover muscles you didn't know you had. Work is demanding but fulfilling. You're coordinating a campaign about water conservation that's gaining real traction, media coverage and public engagement that feels meaningful. You've made friends at the office, started going to happy hours, slowly rebuilt a social life that exists independent of your married history. One Saturday evening, at a friend of a friend's birthday party, you meet someone. His name is Daniel, he's an architect, and he makes you laugh with a story about a client who wanted their house designed to match their cat's personality. You talk for an hour, easy conversation that flows naturally, and when he asks for your number, you give it without hesitation. Full disclosure, you say as you're programming your number into his phone, I'm recently divorced. Like, very recently. I'm not looking for anything serious right now. That's fair, Daniel says easily. I'm coming out of a long-term relationship myself. Not looking to rush into anything. But I'd like to take you to coffee sometime. See where it goes. Coffee sounds manageable. You don't tell Lisa about Daniel for 3 days, which is a record for you lately. When you finally mention it over dinner at your apartment, she looks delighted. You're dating. Actually dating. It's one coffee date. That's not dating. That's caffeine consumption with a potential friend. It's a start. Lisa steals a piece of chicken from your plate. Are you nervous? Terrified. What if I've forgotten how to do this? What if I'm too damaged? What if I compare everyone to Michael and nobody measures up? Or worse, what if someone does measure up and I'm too scared to trust them? Those are all valid concerns. You're going to have baggage, everyone does, but especially people coming out of marriages that ended in betrayal. But Catherine, you can't let Michael's actions close you off to the possibility of connection. That gives him too much power. I know. I'm trying. Coffee is trying. The coffee date with Daniel happens on a Tuesday evening at a cafe near your office. He's punctual, dressed casually but nicely, and greets you with a warm smile that doesn't feel predatory or desperate. Just friendly. You talk for 2 hours. About work, about life, about favorite books and movies and travel destinations. He tells you about his divorce 5 years ago, amicable but sad, they'd grown apart, wanted different things. You tell him about your divorce in broad strokes, married 10 years, he had an affair, it ended badly but you're rebuilding. That sounds hard, Daniel says. How are you doing with it now? Better. Still processing sometimes, but mostly I'm just focused on moving forward. Building a life that's mine. That's healthy. He doesn't push for details, doesn't treat you like a damaged thing that needs fixing. Just accepts what you share and moves on. What does that life look like? The one you're building? You think about this. Smaller than my married life, but more intentional. Better friendships, meaningful work, hobbies I actually care about instead of hobbies I adopted because my spouse liked them. A life where I'm the main character instead of the supporting cast in someone else's story. I like that. Being the main character of your own life. When you part ways, he hugs you goodbye, brief, appropriate, warm, and says, I'd like to see you again. No pressure, but I enjoyed this. Me too, you admit. Let's do it again. Walking home, you feel something unfamiliar, hope. Not the desperate, clutching hope of early divorce when you were just trying to survive. But genuine, tentative hope that maybe there's room in your life for new connections. That Michael's betrayal doesn't have to define all future relationships. That you can be open to possibility without being naive. April brings your first anniversary of sorts. 1 year since you found the receipt from Marseille, 1 year since your world started unraveling. You mark the date privately, allowing yourself a moment of reflection. A year ago, you were devastated and angry and scrambling to understand how your marriage had disintegrated without you noticing. Now you're divorced, employed at a job you love, living independently, slowly dating someone new, and genuinely okay. The transformation feels miraculous and hard-won simultaneously. You text Diana, 1 year since everything fell apart. Just wanted to say thank you for being in my corner. She responds immediately, you've always been in mine too, sweetheart. Proud of the life you're building. Love you. That evening, you sit on your couch with muffin purring in your lap, a glass of wine within reach, and a book you're actually reading for pleasure instead of distraction. Your apartment is decorated now, art on the walls, plants on the windowsills, throw pillows that you chose because you like them, not because they matched some shared aesthetic. This space is undeniably yours. Your phone buzzes. Daniel, thinking about you. Hope you had a good day. You smile, type back, pretty good day. Hope yours was too. Want to grab dinner this weekend? There's a new Italian place I've been wanting to try. Italian sounds perfect. You set your phone down and look around your apartment, your life, and feel something you haven't felt in over a year, contentment. Not the complacent contentment of thinking everything's perfect, but the earned contentment of having survived something terrible and discovered you're stronger than you knew. Michael is somewhere living his life, probably repeating patterns with his new girlfriend, possibly already sowing seeds of his next betrayal. Ashley is in Oregon working through her own healing. Your old house has new owners now, a family with kids who will fill it with different memories. And you're here. In an apartment with bay windows and a cat named Muffin and a job that matters and friends who chose you and the cautious beginning of something new with someone who makes you laugh. The anniversary party feels like it happened in a different lifetime, to a different person. That Catherine, the one who meticulously planned revenge and executed it with cold precision, she did what she needed to do. She made sure the truth was visible, that consequences were real, that betrayal didn't go unpunished. But you're not her anymore. You're the Catherine who came after, the one who survived the aftermath, who rebuilt from rubble, who learned that endings can also be beginnings if you're brave enough to keep moving forward. Your phone buzzes again. Lisa, wine night this week? Miss your face. You respond, Thursday? My place? Perfect. I'll bring the good stuff. Outside your bay windows, spring is fully arrived, trees budding, flowers blooming, the world renewing itself in that annual ritual of death and rebirth. You've been through your own winter, your own season of barrenness and cold. And now, tentatively but undeniably, you're experiencing your own spring. Not a return to what was, that's gone, dead, buried under the weight of betrayal and divorce papers and revenge well executed. But something new. Something that's entirely, authentically yours. You take a sip of wine, scratch Muffin behind her ears, and let yourself feel it fully. You're going to be okay. More than okay. You're going to build a life so good, so genuine, so completely yours that Michael's betrayal will eventually become just one chapter in a much longer story. The chapter where everything fell apart. Followed by the chapters where you put yourself back together, stronger and wiser and more whole than before. The revenge was satisfying. The survival was necessary. But this quiet evening in your own space, with a future full of possibilities stretching ahead, this is victory. So here we are, at the end of Catherine's journey, or perhaps more accurately, at the end of the beginning. Because that's what this story really is, not an ending, but a transformation. From wife to divorced woman to simply Catherine, discovering who she is when she's not defined by someone else's choices. There's something powerful about watching someone refuse to be destroyed by betrayal. Catherine could have crumbled. Many people do. The discovery that your partner has been systematically lying, building an entire parallel life, can break you in ways that never fully heal. But instead of breaking, Catherine did something remarkable. She got angry. And then she got strategic. And then, most importantly, she got free. The anniversary party wasn't just revenge, though it was certainly that. It was reclamation. For months, Michael controlled the narrative, deciding what was real and what was hidden, who knew what information, how his worlds intersected or remained carefully separate. The party collapsed those careful compartments. It forced truth into daylight. It gave Catherine back the power of her own story. But revenge, satisfying as it is, was never going to be enough. The real work came after, in the quiet weeks and months of rebuilding, of figuring out who you are when the identity you've worn for a decade is stripped away. Catherine had to learn to live alone, to trust her own judgment again, to believe that one person's betrayal doesn't mean everyone is untrustworthy. That's harder work than planning an elaborate public exposure. That's the kind of courage that doesn't make for dramatic moments but matters infinitely more. We live in a culture that loves redemption arcs for people who've done wrong, but rarely celebrates the resilience of people who've been wronged. Michael will probably tell his story eventually, the cautionary tale of how he made mistakes, learned lessons, grew as a person. His new girlfriend will hear a sanitized version where he's the reformed character worthy of a second chance. That's how these stories usually go. But Catherine's story matters more. The story of surviving betrayal with your integrity intact. Of refusing to let someone else's weakness become your defining characteristic. Of learning that you can be devastated and still get up every morning, go through the motions, and eventually, surprisingly, find yourself actually living again instead of just surviving. Divorce is a kind of death. The death of a future you thought you'd have, of promises you believed were sacred, of the person you thought you married. Catherine had to grieve all of that while also managing the practical logistics of untangling a decade of shared life. Bank accounts and real estate and who gets the coffee maker and whether you're allowed to hate someone you once loved with your whole heart. And she did it. Not perfectly, grief is never perfect, but authentically. She let herself be angry and sad and occasionally numb. She leaned on friends and family. She made strategic decisions about her future while still processing her past. She remembered that survival isn't about bouncing back unchanged, It's about integrating the pain into who you are and becoming someone different, someone stronger, someone who's earned their wisdom through suffering. There's poetry in Catherine's ending up somewhere she never expected, divorced, living alone, starting over at 35 in a small apartment with a cat and a new job and the tentative beginning of dating again. It's not the life she planned when she stood at the altar 10 years ago, full of hope and certainty. But it's a good life. Maybe even a better life, because it's built on truth instead of illusion, on self-knowledge instead of compromise, on her own terms instead of someone else's broken promises. And that's the real revenge, isn't it? Not the public humiliation at the party, satisfying as that was. The real revenge is building a life so full and authentic that your betrayer becomes irrelevant. Michael destroyed their marriage, but he couldn't destroy Catherine. She's still here, still growing, still capable of hope and connection and joy. That's the victory that matters. So what's the takeaway from all this? Maybe it's that you're more resilient than you think. That betrayal, while devastating, doesn't have to be defining. That endings can also be beginnings if you're brave enough to keep moving forward even when you have no idea where you're going. That sometimes the people who hurt us most deeply are the ones who teach us the most about ourselves, not because of their wisdom, but because surviving their damage requires us to discover strength we didn't know we had. Catherine's story is one woman's journey through the wreckage of a marriage, but it's also everyone's story who's ever had to rebuild from ruins. Who's ever had trust broken so thoroughly they thought they'd never believe anyone again. Who's ever looked at the smoking remains of their life and thought, now what? Now what is the hard part? Now what requires getting up every day even when you don't want to? Now what means making peace with a past you can't change while building a future you can't predict? Now what is slow and unglamorous and sometimes feels impossible? But Catherine figured it out. One day, one decision, one small step at a time, she built her way back to okay. And then kept building towards something more than okay. That's not a fairy tale ending. There's no prince, no perfect resolution, no guarantee that Daniel won't also turn out to be a disappointment or that Catherine won't have hard days where she mourns what she lost. Life doesn't work that way. But it's a real ending. An honest one. An ending that says you can survive the worst thing that's happened to you and come out the other side still yourself, changed, certainly, but not broken. And maybe that's the best kind of happy ending there is. Until next time, remember, everyone has their story, but you get to decide whether you're the victim or the survivor. Catherine chose survivor. What will you choose? Before you go, I have a question for you. If you discovered your partner was betraying you, would you confront them privately or publicly? Would you seek quiet resolution or make sure everyone knew the truth? Drop your thoughts in the comments. I read every single one, and I'm genuinely curious how you'd handle Catherine's situation.